Hello, 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 and welcome back to some good old programming. Hope everyone's having a good day so far. Hope everyone's had a good one. Actually feeling a lot better today than I have for the last while, and I'm kind of a bit spooked by it, but also not. Guess I'm getting close to the correct dosage for my meds, which is good. Feeling a lot less tired though. That's the big thing. So, since yesterday, I did do a little bit of tweaking here and there on a couple of things. There was one issue I needed to fix that I can explain really quickly. I've also gone through and added some comments in some sections so I can come back and review over them better later. Let's see. Just a sec, I actually need to hide this so I can move some stuff around. I forgot that some stuff is on my main screen still. Normally would have removed this at the beginning. There we go. I would have removed that like before I started streaming, but you know, sometimes that doesn't work. Anyway, but yeah, it's just adding comments and stuff. So one of the issues I had before was under some very weird situations, what would occur is if it was like a singular bit of text on its own pretty much, which normally means that it was like a colored one or a keynote, and it was at the end of the line, and it would then also duplicate to the next one. Pure and simply what has been happening, so this is what it is now. It used to be like all of this getting calculated in here. I had forgot to do this bit. So what this is doing, because every time I push like text in, I'm pushing it with a space. So the space would go through, like it would get that through, and then it would go, oh, but this is also, but it's also too long, so I need to push it to the bottom. You see the issue. So now I'm basically telling it to recognize that length correctly, and it's not having an issue now. One of the best examples for this was the word health for the crown, Booby's crown ability. So if it comes up in a second, you'll see very quickly this one. This health was there and there for its first level. So that was an issue. Hey, you Bing Devil, how's it going? So, we've now rectified that. It's a very... It's an annoying issue that I tried to fix several times, and I just had forgotten to put that there. That's why I went through and did a commenting. Because now I like understand a little bit better what each section is doing, so when I'm reviewing over this code again in the future, we can see what all of this kind of means. I should also actually move this down here because this makes it easier to keep track of these descriptions. Because that doesn't add anything, does it? No. But yeah, I think, so this is a little bit better. So, because of the awesome stuff that we managed to get done yesterday with the game, I'm in a very good mood with how the game's moving. So I'm now going to work on one of the systems I've been regretting needing to work on for a long time now, and it definitely needs to be worked on. Okay, let me correct. There's 2 things I technically should be working on, and we're gonna probably hit only one of them today, because both of them are gonna be very big. But this was the thing we've worked on yesterday, so now we actually have a banish system. So I've banished the Hanabi, so it won't turn up in the shop. And I can re-roll this, and you can see that it changed to a different one. You can go in, get maybe another level quickly, have all of this stuff here, and go, oh, you know what, I don't want Idle Song this run as well. Oh, and now I'm out of banishes. It won't let me banish anymore, but I can still get a reroll. Oh, and I'm out of rerolls now. We'll need a way to display that at some point. I'm probably just gonna simply have another stat on the side here. That's going to kind of just go like, hey, this is how many rerolls and this is how many banishes you have. System kind of like Death Must Die. Well, I mean, like, most games have rerolls and banish systems, right? In this one, this is where it kind of gets to that argument of the unique casing. I've decided to reroll specific, singular things, just to make it a little bit more controllable via the player. Yeah, it means that I can get, you need more rerolls to be effective, but I would prefer you to have more rerolls to be effective than to have, we talked about it yesterday a bit, right? Like the situation where if we pull up like paint quickly, the situation I want to avoid that I experience, like we've all experienced in these sorts of games, is that say you've got the 3 options, like that, then you have the reroll down here. You have a limited amount of rerolls, say 3. If I reroll once and these basically don't change. Like there's maybe, this one's new, like this one's a new one. This one's new, this one's the 3rd one from the previous one, this one's the 1st one from the previous one. Then you reroll again and it's the same situation. And you basically get the same stuff over and over again. With this, at least, kind of system, it means I can not see theoretically as much excessive duplication and have a little bit more control over things. I'm gonna say now, there is a chance that you reroll to something and then reroll back into the previous thing. I'm not gonna stop that. You can reroll the worst one to get potentially better results. That's the other thing. So again, I'm going to use, I've talked about this a lot, the TFT has a great example of this. So they actually have it so you can reroll each of these options. What happens if, and let's use an out of 10 valuing system here. Okay, so this is a 3, this is a 5, this is a 1. I have, let's not count rerolls, let's just say a total of 4 rerolls are going to be used in this situation. I'm looking at these and I'm like, yeah, no, there's no fucking way I want the 1. I'll take the 5 if I have to. Okay, reroll. So we've used 1 reroll here. Cool, now I've gotten a 2. Okay, let's reroll that again. Cool, now I've gotten a 7. Awesome. Okay, now I can reroll this one. And I get a 6. And now I can reroll this one, and I got a 10. It means that I had a safety net that entire time of this 5 up until we got that 7, right? That's the really important thing with having those individual rerolls, is it gives the player safety nets. So it means they're like, oh, I really don't like any of these here, these options, but I'll take that option because it's the most acceptable. but I can at least re-roll this one and see what we get. And it also means I can be a lot more liberal with giving players re-rolls because they're less impactful overall. Also, hey, you're there over on Twitch. But yeah, like that's genuinely, I cannot stress enough, that is something I think is very, very good and very, very valuable. Right? So, at the moment though, there's only 2 rerolls and 2 banishes. I'm going to actually reduce the amount of banishes to 1 baseline, and I might still only have 2 rerolls, and get the player to be able to get more later via like meta upgrades, some abilities, so on and so forth. There's already a modifier in the game that increases your rerolls by 4, I believe. And before it's asked, banishes are going to be extremely rare and very, very specifically calculated because what we mentioned yesterday as well, for banishes, a rule has to exist that banishes count amount equals the amount of stat ups minus 4. Or like, no, wait, sorry. The amount, I had a better description for this yesterday. The amount of banishes need to equal, so that there's never less than 4 stat ups. That's what I was trying to say, and I said that very poorly. So yeah, it's how many stat ups there are. Yeah, stat ups minus 4. Pure and simply, I know this is kind of a little off camera right now. Just pure and simply, this is because I'm lazy. This is a coding rationale here. That is it. Because if I allow you to banish more than 4, it means that in a situation where there's only stat ups available potentially, which is not going to be the case long term, but for now is the case, what will happen is you can't reroll because I then need to make a catch scenario for that, and make it basically so rerolls are wasted. I don't know. That doesn't feel very good, right? Because if there's only 3, it can't re-roll into itself, and it can't roll into anything else that's on the table. That's why it needs to be 4. Same with the banishing rules, because a banish is a re-roll as well. So, simply put, we'll never go too far with banishes. Banishes are going to be very short supply. There will never be a situation where it can total... I literally will pick up every possible way of getting a banish. I will collate it into a list. And that list will always be kind of my capping point of these possible ways cannot ever add up to greater than this value. Which is why I'm just probably not going to give you much in the way of banishes. I think it's a pretty reasonable approach. Alright. Now, let's start tackling the nightmare that it is. So I've talked about this before. There is one thing I'm not looking forward to tackling, but it does need to be tackled. And it's pretty much we're at the point where we need to go do it now. Because outside of a couple of like little hitch case scenarios, this is actually almost ready to be pushed forward. Portal displaying what the portals have and all that sort of stuff, that's kind of on the list of things we need to do. I've got plenty of good answers for that. I'm also thinking of moving some of the positional data that I had for that. Me to my boss when he turns around. Fair, fair. But there is one menu that I'm dreading making the most. Are we ready for it? Character select. So, in the game, at the moment, you actually can't select the characters. In the version you guys have, you can. It's perfectly fine. But, show this menu you have hands, I'm gonna have to. Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry, dude. Oh, my cat had fallen asleep on my leg in a way that he had his head right between my leg and, whatchamacallit? The armrest. So when I just moved my leg slightly, I kind of pinched his head in between them. Sorry, dude. You okay? He's good. He's good. He just got very abruptly woken up. He'll be fine shortly. He's nice and comfy and warm, so he's not going to complain too much. Alright, so when it comes to character select, I do actually have a drawing of kind of what I want it to look like. And we're going to be using this as our reference point. Now, I apologize, it's a bit flashbangy looking at this. My cat is trying to choke out my dog while my dog is trying to ignore her. That's about right for cats and dogs working together. But yeah, this image here is going to be our big nightmare for today. I do have a way of getting this image larger, do I not? There we go. Did I just get a bunch of notifications? They look adorable. That, again, sounds very much how cats work. Very cute, very adorable, also maybe slightly murderous. I do want to get a dog one day. I think that'd be cool, but I'm also definitely not in the position to consider getting a dog. Probably need to have like my own place at that point, like bought and stuff. Because a lot of places in New Zealand don't allow for pets. It's hard enough to try and find a place to allow cats, which is incredible to me. If I told you I had a house-trained cat, would you seriously say no? Like, what does it do? What is the difference? Oh, it tears up the carpet. No, it doesn't. I have scratching poles. It's also a very old cat, so it doesn't really even get active much. Like, go fuck yourself. Alright. But yeah, so this is kind of the loose idea of what we're going to go with for our character select. So, how do I want to handle this? Yeah, this is gonna be interesting. Okay. Well, might as well get started, shall we? Let's, honestly, I'm just gonna make a new script. And we're just gonna call it character select UI. And I'm gonna run this entire thing via this separately, so I can actually look at it a little bit nicer and pull it up separate to other stuff. So... let's just set up the baselines of what we're gonna need. And let's think about things. So... can I can't remember, can you... no, you can't do that with images. You can do it with videos though, right? What is a pinboard? Oh, no, that's definitely not what I want. Okay. I was just sorry, I wish, I had a way to do kind of like the pop-out thing with videos with images on GX. So I could kind of like have an overlaid, like overlaid thing. So then that would be definitely quite a bit more useful. There we go. Alright, yeah, I'm trying to think. It's because, like, the reason why I say I like the idea of the pop-out thing is I just like to be able to put it, like, up the top here or something while I'm just working on things. Alright, let's see. Can I... I don't remember how to do this. That's what I need. Okay, cool. That is how that works. Alright, and there we go. So, what do I need? So first things first, we need to go to map parts and we need to go to here. And I need to... for now, we're going to Control K there. So, because I think that was crashing the game, because it was just trying to do something that didn't exist. We'll see about doing something better with that shortly. So... first things first, we need to add in a back button. Last time I was on stream, every time the game crashed, the stream lagged out. That was because of the type of crash, to be fair. That's always the thing to consider, is because, like, what we were having that time, if I recall correctly, was a lot of the issues were related to over-processed calculations. So it would freeze the game, and therefore cause basically an error would occur because overdone calculation. Too much data. Yeah, it was a memory leak scenario. Or pseudo memory leak. In fact, a lot of the time the game wasn't even actually crashed, it was just frozen. Which there's a bit of a semantical difference there. Crash means the game actually closes or fails to run anymore. Frozen means that it's just stuck. It's unable to get to that next step because it's doing too much at once. That was fine. Because I think that was enemy related, right? That was like we were trying to do spawning, fix the spawning. I believe was when you were last year. Which I'm glad that that's all working nice and cleanly now. Last time I changed something in my program and it couldn't load, I just shut down the PC. Jeez. That is wild. Oy, oy, oy. Okay, let me, not that one. Something magical, yeah. Cat is twitching in his sleep again. Gotta love it. So, what we need to prioritize at the moment, we just kind of like create some loose bordering here. I'm not gonna bother too much. So the priority is creating the things, the two buttons down here, and then say player display here, the character display stuff. Those are the two things we're gonna aim for at the moment. So, because of how drastically different each of these things are, by the way, I'm thinking I'm gonna have to basically like create sub points for all of this stuff. So what I mean by that is like instead of like doing a lot of reorganizing and repositioning based off previous existing things, we'll probably just hard set certain values at certain points. Hey, Jacob. Alright. So I think priority is going to be the back button, or the back and select button. So how am I going to handle this? What we're going to need from this menu then is the select button confirms current. This restore to prior. Those are the two things that we've got to do. So that means we need to have a hold value, which is fine. We won't concern too much with those at the moment though. So let's just make the positioning for this the moment. So this will be, we'll just like select /back. Underscore x equals, it's not gonna be very far along, so GUI width times 0.2 y equals display get GUI height times, and this will be a lot lower down. We'll just do 8 for the moment. Then width will be, I'm just gonna do 150 for the moment. Height can be 70. And then how do I want to do this? Honestly, it'd just be easier to draw both of them. Draw sprite, stretched extension, because I like this a lot more. Then this is, which asset do I want for that again? Slot, right? Just be the easiest one for the moment while we're doing the testing. Slot, subimage 0. X will be X, Y, width, height, C, white, alpha, and then was recommended this stream. What engine is being developed in? GameMaker? Yes, this is being developed in GameMaker Studio. It is... Yeah, simple as that. It is a GameMaker Studio. So if you got any questions about that, admittedly, there is really good tutorialization out there nowadays for pretty much all engines, but especially GameMaker. GameMaker does a lot of tutorialization itself, but I am always willing to give a little bit of a statement on that stuff. I don't solely develop in GameMaker though. I have worked with a lot of other languages, so I have some experience in the field. And if you're not interested in making games, why not? Be interested in making games. Games are cool. Games are awesome. Make more games. Game Maker's been around for a hot minute. Yeah, how long has it been? It's been a while. Like, it's actually been genuinely quite a while that it's been around for, right? Let's see. Game Maker Elite State. Let's see. November 1999. Good lord. It's been 25 years. Well, 25 years next month. That's actually insane. Did not realize it had been that long. See, what you saw in your teens, that's fair. I mean, like, even in the space that I've been using it, the IE's been improved a lot. So, that's always a good sign. There's also, like, a lot of specific things that have changed in the, like, because I've only been really developing with Game Maker for 2 years now. 2 years? Yeah, about 2 years. Ugh, it's wild. But yeah, it's an interesting one. Okay, I need... Alright, if... No, it's... that one. For now, I'm just going to make them both the same, which will be menu, change, options, list, dot, lobby, -1. Okay. So for now, at the moment, only these two buttons will turn up. Well, I need to also add the X plus width plus gap. There we go. And then now we need to go here. Yeah, this is what needs to be changed. So if OUI menu, let's see, menu equals options list dot, what is it again? Option list dot lobby. And I can do. There we go. I've personally been working on developing using the ENDT and Vulkan APIs. Not any engines, though I do have experience with Unity Unreal. Fair enough, fair enough. I mean, the main engine that I do need to create some experience with is Unity. I've got a good bit of experience with Unreal, and I've got by osmosis, I've also had like a good bit of experience as well with Godot, because a lot of people that pop in have used Godot, and a lot of people switched to Godot last year, so a lot of people started talking about it and its functionality. I've worked with someone that worked in Godot for a few things, so I did get used to it there. But like Unity, I probably don't even have like a full day's worth of time in working in that engine. I really should fix that, because it is actually it's a fairly simple engine, and it allows for a lot of good functionality stuff from what I saw. It has bloated quite a bit, but I mean, that's going to happen to every engine, right? A lot of people underestimate that. It does the job, yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, that's the main thing, right? Okay, let's see if the menu at least just opens up from this. We can go near it and it doesn't crash. This does. Oh yes, because it's not other that I'm wanting. It is OUI. I'm an idiot. I forgot that if I do other, I'm not talking to the UI, I'm talking to the player. Doi. Big brain. To be fair, there is a consideration to move a lot of the UI stuff to the player, and that might seem like kind of wild to say, but there is a rationale behind it. I could explain it, and it's to do with the multiplayer stuff. Cool. That's got the baseline functionality there. So we can at least open the menu. The character select. So let's also, because we're going to be working on the character select so much, I'm actually going to set the default here to character select. So when we launch the game, it's actually always just going to show the character select. See? So it's faster to work on. So those buttons need to come down. And they could definitely suffer coming a bit a little bit smaller. Positioning isn't too important, but I just want to make sure I have the right amount of space to work with. Very important. That should be fine for now. They could also suffer to come across a little bit. Alright. So this is the select and the back. This is not going to be how this all is done for now. I've got some stuff that I'll do to this later to make this better. But this will do for now. Okay, so what we then need to look at is how to display the player data. Trying to get more visual objects with numbers while not seeing them, yeah. Annoys you every time. Yeah. Yeah, no, I understand. I really do. Okay, so, with player display. So, at the moment, we've got it, on my design thing off to the side here, we've got it segmented up. So, at the moment, let's look at it kind of in this is the side of the screen that it's in. Alright? So, we've got to have the name. Big old display point for that. One section here which shows the weapon, the item, and the EX. And you can hover over these to get the baseline information. So it will be their icons, is the thing. Then we've got here will be the assist. And then you'll be able to click on this, and it will create a sub-menu on top of all of this to work with. Then this will be the passive and the ability. And this will be the assist ability. Then, well, this is getting a little bit crunched up because technically these are going to take up a little bit more space. Up, down on this part here. Let's see, probably to there. Yeah, we'll see about this. That will be stats. So the base stats of the character. And then here will be a bunch of, like, I think this part here, maybe? I don't know. We'll see. This bit here is probably the most, like, variable part. I'm kind of thinking kind of like the player's stats for the character. And maybe skin select. But maybe we can move that somewhere else as well. Like, we can have the skin select maybe up the top if need be. Depends on the space that we have working with us. So, with that being the case, player, no, so it would be not player display, it would be character info display mirror. So let's draw that mirror now, because that will give us a good idea to work with. So, for this, I'm actually going to yoink from the old UI a little bit. Because I want to find where the fuck... Oh, I don't even remember where the fucking mirror is in here. Is it written out in here? GUI box style mirror. Yeah. So it's just draw straight stretch at these locations, and I don't have any other fucking info for the location. This is, yeah. Yeah. Right. Do this for the moment while I think about it. Draw. Sprite. Stretched extend, because it's always just the best one for using. Sprite is Omira? No, not Omira. SP Mirror. I'm fucking special. There we go. SP Mirror. Subimage 0. Underscore X. Underscore Y. Width. Height. Color. C white. Alpha. So this is where we're gonna have to do some really weird math, I think. I think I need to do the width equals sprite get width. Say times 2 for now. And then they get the height. Do the same thing here. And then X is going to be display get GUI width times 0.5 minus width times 0.5. And Y equals display get GUI height times 0.1 now. It's probably not going to be enough, but that will get us started with the sizings. So that is perfectly center, cool. So I'm going to go on quickly, right, mod to make this faster. Imagine being like 5 pixels off in a clearly noticeable way. You have no idea how often that actually happens. It's really frustrating. When you're like actually pixels off and it's like you can count them on one hand is the worst experience ever. Because you know what you need to do, but you just can't get it right. Oh, I know. Yeah, it's just... There is little things in the world that frustrate more than you could ever imagine. That is definitely one of those. I think we can all agree to that. 6 feels too much, so let's go to 5. That feels a little too small still, so let's go to 5.5. That seems good. I think we can live with that pretty nicely. Oh yeah, I'm not going to be able to exit the menu correctly because it's trying to go to an array that doesn't exist. Yeah. No, yeah, and then, yeah. To be fair, there is actually a lot of things in this game that I say that to. You wanna see one that's going to be really funny? I'm just going to change something quickly. So... I'm going to list dot lobby. First time they see it, yeah. No, you want to see one that pisses me off to no end, and I'm surprised more people don't like hate on it. Oh, for God's sakes. Okay, that's clearly not going to work. Let's just switch this back to lobby or main for a moment. Now, I'm not going to be able to show it very easily. This is one of those things where, like, it's actually easier to show with the old UI than it is with the new one because of how, like, fucked up some of the things were. But, like, keeping in mind that this character is, like, a 64 by 64 thing, there have been enlarged quite a bit to fit the space, right? Look at the pixels and realize that, like, so much of it's just fucked because of the transitionals. Like, it's super distorted when you actually look at the character, like, very closely. Like, super distorted. Like, aggravatingly so. I see it. Yeah, yeah. It's really not something that's easy to like clearly see. You have to be looking for ages to kind of get it, but it's there. I think it's most noticeable with like the horns and with the hair edges when it's like flicking. That's just because of the way this is done, right? Now, again, are you going to see it most of the time? If I'm running like this, you kind of can't notice it because there's just too much going on. The same within the game. You're only going to really... It's a small detail I always say, yep. But that's why, like, the old character select thing. So this here is copying my image onto here, and the problem was we were just upscaling this to the size of the screen. So this thing here was that image down there, just moved up a little bit, and that's it. That looked horrendous because of the way the scaling works in imagery. The fact that I've had to full screen this as well to kind of like really show how bad it was should indicate like how minuscule of an issue this is. I know it's a minuscule issue, but it's an issue nonetheless that I can see. And I will never be able to truly unsee it. Isn't that great? And people wonder why I keep bitching about my own art. Keeping the pixel scale is very important for visual consistency. Yes. So I actually break a lot of rules because I don't keep pixel consistency. Right? So a rule of thumb when it comes to a pixel game is, let's just kind of draw something here quickly for this. A rule of thumb you actually want to have with pixel games as much as you can is that if you've got, say, character here, let's just draw some pixels very quickly, and character here, so we'll just draw a circle for a moment, you want this size of the pixel to also be here, because the moment you introduce a slightly different visual ratio, it becomes really weirdly distorted. However, and this is the comment that I make towards this, if you are consistently doing this, you can get away with it. This is what we do in my game. Because I scale the pixel sizing. Every character is actually scaled in sizing. So I was saying, but it doesn't look too bad and is normal for the eyes after all. It's normal when it's consistently inconsistent. That's the big thing. The moment you can create a completely normalized one, where like all enemies are this one, all background is this one, and all players are this one, that becomes really, really rough. Because then it becomes like quite difficult to deal with it. It is a bit annoying. But yeah, no, every character is actually scaled uniquely. That's one of the stats that they have as a character. And you want to know the best part about their scaling, their size scaling? So here is Vox's, it's 1.78. Iron Mouse's is 1.47. Why have I got these numbers? You might ask. Why am I doing these really weird scalings? You want to know why? It's really funny. Let me pull up a website to show this. Because it's like, again, it's very particular numbers for each of the characters. 1.72 for Juniper. If we go to the wiki for Iron Mouse. So what did I say her scaling was again? It's 1.47, right? Why does this matter? Why am I pulling up the wiki of all things to show this? Is this stupid and unnecessary? Yes. But I found it really, really funny. So if you're wondering what all of the scalings are for these characters, if you go to their wikis, you'll find it. Which is why, like, it's really funny to me that Kason is 189. She's fucking tall. The thing is, and I will say this now, some of these characters do not have them, and they have rough numbers to work off of. I think, also Booby is fucking tall as hell, just want to mention that. There's a reason why his model looks so excessively big. I'm trying to remember who it was. I think Monarchs was one of the hardest to find, like, a consistent number for. I also want to stress, this is how we learned that. And I cannot get over this. So, again, Iron Mouse, 147 centimeters, right? Are you ready for possibly one of the most eye-opening moments of your life? Didn't realize Booby was that tall. Yeah, no, he's fucking tall as hell. To be fair, it's probably including his horns, right? But you ready for one of the most eye-opening things of your life that I still refuse to understand and believe? So some VTubers are a lot taller and shorter than you'd think. That's how the case is. So again, Iron Mouse is basically the second shortest in the game. 147 thing. 147, right? Just really fucking small. I can't remember what I am. I know Gura's, I think, is the shortest in the game, and she's 141. But you want to get ready for this? How tall do you think Shaylily is? Look, I just want to hear some guesses. $150? It's a very solid, a very interesting guess. She's 140 fucking centimeters. She's the same height as fucking Iron Mouse. She's 4'10". How the fuck is she that small? She is tiny. Yeah. She is actually a fucking midget. Like, what the fuck? So she's actually the second shortest, tied with Iron Mouse in the game. It's insane to me. I did not think she was that short. I thought she was like maybe 160-ish, maybe. I remember talking about her being short to my friend. Yeah, like she's actually really short. I realized that is 6 centimeters taller than fucking Gura, which is like one of the most famously short VTubers out there. Like, what I can't get of fucking Aura is 1.7. She's 170 centimeters. And she's German, the hated nation. I love Shayla. She's an awesome person, though. I should watch her more often. I see her streaming sometimes, and I'm just like not in the right mind space to watch a stream. I should watch more of her streams though, because I've found watching streams have been really, really enjoyable recently. I'm watching more VTuber streams again. Getting back into that. Really stupid to say that, but you know. I watch her reaction vids on that's fair. She has a very, very she's very good at doing reaction videos. I think the problem is I don't tend to watch reaction videos. I say that, literally the thing I watched before stream started was a reaction video. But I don't tend to watch a lot of reaction content. I don't know. I'm very particular about it because if I watch reaction content, I don't know what I want out of reaction content. I just don't tend to like it. Serenity in a forest and her screaming in your ear about something dumb. Some fucking World of Warcraft shit or some shite. Gotta love her. So... okay, there's two things we're gonna have to quickly make now that I'm thinking on this more. So... there we go. Stuff being reacted to, that's fair. I want the YouTube creator input from their reaction. So the reaction content I watch, and this is the only react content I watch at the moment. Like I don't even watch like Iron Mouse or any of that, which you might think, is Glenn or No Beans from Salt Raiders. His react content with like Kaif and the other Salt Raiders stuff. There was literally one this morning. Here. That I watch. And that's the only one that I actually kind of like enjoy watching. I watched that before stream, as you could see. It was the only thing. I don't know, they handpicked the things. They don't watch like just a random video, which is a big one for me, I think. And I guess it's just that whole thing of I really enjoy kind of like the inclusion feeling that can be with it, but also understanding that like once the video is over, that inclusion feeling ends, and I'm happy with that. Because I've talked about like the whole parasocialness, right? Like I'm not friends with Kaif and his group. But I like that during that video, I can feel that it's just like I'm part of that group watching that stuff because it's like how we do it when I do watch it with friends. Also, just saw something that happened an hour ago. Apparently fucking Eternal Winter is getting removed from TFT. Fuck yeah. Excited. The good shit. I love watching Nux react to Adventure Time. He has pretty deep and entertaining commentary about the tropes, storytelling, as well as his inputs about situational comedy. I don't like Nux. That's fair. I mean, I've said this before, in the nicest sense, I respect Nux as an individual, but I also just don't really like individuals that seek out drama. Or seek out, make a lot of their content about drama, because they... Maybe this is a false observation, but people that seek out and talk about drama all the time, to me, have always been individuals that like just see drama where it's not as well, because it means that they can get clicks. And I have enough of that with news outlets and have to read through the chaff. I don't really want that out of a content creator. Now, I'm not saying there's not a place for that. There is a place, clearly. People like watching that stuff. but I fucking don't. And I'm content keeping it that way. I did used to watch a bit of his content though. I like some of his old content and watch quite a bit of it, but overall not the biggest fan of his personality. He often it makes a slot. Yeah. That's kind of what I mean, right? And it's not just him. There's a lot of YouTubers that do that, and I'm not gonna just go like shit on them because it's not my place. Just more of a yeah, nah, I'm good. I don't need it in my life. Like, I source a lot of my news. Don't get me wrong, I'll listen to the ground as much as I can. And sometimes there is fire where smoke is. But most of the time, like... That's why I really hated, like, the bloody VA stuff that goes up in smoke all the time at the moment. Like, I really, really hate that. So that industry is now starting to get to a bit more of a matured point where standards are now actually getting put in and humanitarian expectations are kind of like raising. So it's less of a small group of friends and more of an actual business or an actual like, or yeah, business or businesses. Why this matters is it means that like, certain things that were acceptable are no longer acceptable. This is the same with what we saw with Blizzard. And I'm not saying, well, no. Okay, let me correct that. Certain things are now considered no longer acceptable. Not saying that they were acceptable, weren't acceptable, but it's that they're like, now it's actually, no, this is not okay. We saw that with Blizzard, we saw that with Riot, we saw that with a lot of game companies. We're seeing that now in the VA space a lot. Especially for like that, like dubbed VA space. And we've seen that for the last like 5-ish years as well, because it's just been kind of like the rise of people dragging shit up. Now, do I think there's like an accountability and all that? Yes, but I do also believe that I really stand by this. People can change. Someone can fuck up once and not... and like learn from that experience and improve themselves. I got really upset with how a lot of people treated the VA for Morza, the original VA for Morza, because he basically just got bullied out of the role. Like, he just didn't feel comfortable with it, and it felt really shit. Like, I genuinely feel bad for him, because he's someone that had gone through a lot of stuff. He'd done some bad things, and he'd spent like years with therapy, with actual treatment, working with people to improve himself. But no one's gonna let go of that past. It's like, this person is trying his best. Why are we doing that? It's that whole argument that one failure should not damn someone for the rest of their life. Now, I will also stand point on this of, it's okay to forgive, but it's not okay to forget. And if you have a problem with an individual, for example, you had a negative experience with them, it is okay for you to not want to work with them again. That's fine. But to try and make it so they can't get jobs in general, I don't agree with that. Right? Because, like, I've got people that like, I can't say with utmost thing of, I forgive the people from last year that I used to live with, like my ex and stuff. I can't say I've truly forgiven them, but I've more or less forgiven them. But I'm never going to want to interact with them again, because I just see no benefit in it. The treatment that they gave me by the end of it, like, I understand where they're coming from, but I just... If I had to choose with interacting with them and potentially dealing with that again, not guaranteed, but potentially dealing with it again, and just not bothering to deal with them ever again, I'd prefer that former option, or prefer the latter option. Sorry, just don't want to deal with it. All right, sorry, Kit, I saw you came in. Most embarrassing thing happened. I was going shopping with my roommate, an elderly pair thought we were dating. I was, but the pair thought I was lying. I mean, that's always how it is. She's the cousin? Eesh. I'm glad I don't have enough family to give a shit about for that. To be fair, I do have some brothers and sisters, or half brothers and half sisters out there I've never, like, properly met. I'd like to meet them one day. That'd be interesting. I'm an only child to the pairing of parents that I had, but I do have half siblings from my father's side. If you're wondering, by the way, I've seen my father like a total of 3 times in my life. He was not part of my life, so I never really got that. Have considered, like, trying to look him up. I've done a little bit of soft research this year, because I was kind of interested, but it's definitely interesting. Keep yourself safe. Exactly. Always keep yourself safe. Also, let's keep yourself safe, not safe. Come on, get a rope. So... I was joking. Yeah, did you not get that from the keep yourself safe joke? Is there a reason why you put it like that? Admittedly, again, text, tone doesn't exist, so it's hard to always get sarcasm. Sarcasm is one of the hardest things to transpose through text. So I do apologize, I've said this a few times. I struggle with it reading chat sometimes. It's just... It's kind of hard to always catch it, because it's always dependent on the reader's mood. Width times 0.5 plus gap. A lot of my humor is in the tone of voice. Hard to do that through chat. Yeah. I mean, that's why I say, like, sarcasm is that, right? I grew up with a lot of sarcasm. I've tried my best not to do sarcasm nowadays, to an extent. Just because I know that, like, it's very... Sometimes people just really aren't in the mood for it, but New Zealand's very good at self-deprecating sarcastic humor, so... When I'm talking with friends, it's not a problem. When I'm talking with online, it is a problem, because some people won't catch it, and that's fine. So that's why I try and make it a bit more clear sometimes that I'm making a bit of a joke at things. My humor is just dark humor. Yeah, I used to have dark humor, but like that was edgy teen years more than anything. That's when I actually like thought South Park and shit was good. Now I just think it's just a lot of overdone and stupid jokes, and I can enjoy them for a little while, but ugh. At some point in time, just edgy dark jokes become just not even funny. There's definitely a line with them as well, where like you just make them dark for the sake of making them dark. That I don't like. I know a few people that just go like, haha, but it's dark humor. And it's like, no, it's not even humor at that point. Come on. Pull your shit together. Or fancy humor. You want to know the humor I like the most? Dad jokes. Genuinely, I fucking love dad jokes. That's actually some of my favorite humor. I'm a fucking war criminal for goddamn dad jokes. There's a reason why my friends always make the joke of how it's like, oh, that was pretty funny, kid. We're gonna put that on the fridge. Last time I hang out with my friends, I kept making I will actually jokes. His girlfriend was not impressed. We had fun though. Yeah, I mean, that's that whole thing of like, when you're with the right kind of group of friends, it's fine. But yeah, from an outside's perspective, it depends where you are, right? Like, humor is subjective. That is how it is. And it's just the suckiness of humor being subjective. Why there's nobody at the graveyard? Because everyone's dying to get it. God, that was bad. I love that. See, that humor, that shit, yeah, that action. I love that. I love that. Honestly, you have no idea how much I love dad jokes, especially when they get like really smart dad jokes and they're just completely fucking stupid. At one point, his girlfriend offered to give me his socks for letting her roll it. I see. Appreciate that. Yeah, like it's humor like that is just it's what we call it dad humor. It's a nice, simple, childish side to it that I feel like we can all somewhat appreciate. Sure, you're grown, but like I think most of us will just have a smile come to our face even if we're like in physical pain from it. How do you call a man with no limbs and no nose? Nobody knows? Yeah. I love those. They're so stupid, but so fun. Dad jokes are always funny. Exactly. Genuinely, if you ever want to brighten my day, just use dad jokes. Dad jokes are great. I refuse to accept that they're not one of the best things ever. How do I want to do this? Yoink this. My dad tells me to pay him for stuff that I buy in a funny roundabout humor way. I describe through language barrier, but I love him for that. Yeah. Oh, you know one thing? So I've been watching like Connor Sea Dog VA's RV trip that he took, which is over now. Really cool. Really fun times. I always enjoy seeing like that kind of group of people interacting. Chris, Pete, all that. Ludwig. I actually never really paid attention too much to Ludwig prior to him being in more of Connor's content, but now I'm like, yeah, he's fine. And just one of the things that caught me off guard was Pete talking about the story, and I forgot about the story of him on his honeymoon with his wife and how basically, he was talking with Chris. Chris sets him up, going like, oh, no, this is a really good place. This is really fancy and all that. Sets them all up. Fucking invoices him. Now, mind you, I'm skipping a few details, but he basically invoices him for the thing he paid for. It's about like $3,000 for a luxury suite. It wasn't even that great, and that was the place where his wife got mugged. And now I want to stress, like, a lot of this, it's like heart was in the right place. I understand all that. I actually do kind of get it, especially when Pete kind of talked to it. But you know the thing that really caught me off guard, and I'm like hoping that this is just Chris's stupid humor, is he had the fucking audacity to say he paid for it. Like, he said, objectively, I paid for it, and everyone's just like, no. Technically, you paid for it, because you paid for it and then invoiced him. But the fact is, you invoiced him. You did not objectively pay, you technically paid. Go fuck yourself. And I 100% agree with that. Fuck you, Chris, you should not pull that shit. You're an asshole. Right, why can't you give Elsa a balloon? Because she'll let it go. God damn it. Oh, that one's a bad one. I like that. Oh, that's good. That's good. I only seem to get sick on weekdays. I must have a weekend immune. Oh my god, that's actually... Oh, see, it's ones like that that genuinely... They're way too smart to be just dad jokes. They're so good. So fucking good. It's so stupid, but so funny. Oh. Why don't skeletons fight each other? Because they don't have the guts. Yeah. Don't have the guts. Oh, you know, okay, you want to still know what my favorite video meme is? This is genuinely, I think still to this day, my favorite, like, funny video ever. If you guys know this, you'll know. But, like, this is actually one that still has me bust into stitches. For all the wrong reasons. And I fucking love this one.
I have a joke for you.
What?
Come on.
What is a skeleton's favorite snack?
I hate when it lags like this. So it's just like two guys in a fucking department store or some shit, right? I cannot stress enough how much I fucking love this.
I have a joke
Why is
for
it
you.
lagging?
What?
What is a skeleton's favorite snack?
Alright, there you go.
I don't know.
Go on, guess.
Death?
No. Go on, guess.
No.
Come on. Guess. Why are you laughing? I haven't told the punchline yet. What is a skeleton's favorite snack? Guess.
You're putting me in a lot of pressure.
Guess. Fuck. Guess. Guess, goddamn you. Why won't you answer me? What is my favorite snack?
Bones?
No! No! What is it? Why must you fail me so often? Ribs! Spare ribs! Fuck!
Oh fuck, I'm seeing stars. Oh shit. I try my best not just burst laughing while listening to that. It's so fucking funny. Ribs! Spirit! Why must you fail me so often? Oh, it's actually the funniest fucking thing in the world. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit, alright. Man, if, like, if you told me TikTok had a shitload of that sort of humor, I would probably go onto it. Like, genuinely. It's... Oh my god, that's so fucking funny. Oh, it's so fucking funny. I'm in recovery mode right now. It's genuinely one of the funniest jokes ever. You're going home, and there's a punchline for you. That's the punchline. Overlord clip and recommended spot, we've detected. Admittedly, that's actually the stream account recommendations, which is interesting, because the only videos I've watched off my channel here are ones I've watched on stream, mostly. And it's recommendations based on you guys. Because it actually recommends me videos that you guys watch of. Like, if you've watched my videos, it will recommend me this. So that says more about you guys than me. Because I look at my own videos on that channel as well. Outside of that, I think I've occasionally accidentally watched, like, game dev on there. Wait, wow, way to call me out. I mean, shoe fits, you know what I mean? Let's see. There we go. What's your actual opinion on Overlord? I know you don't like making content, but what do you think of it overall? So I actually liked Overlord. I enjoyed it early on, but it just kind of got boring to me. This is the short answer. I think like the first season was kind of fun, second season was and then it's just, I don't think the anime's really got the pacing right. Because it's very clearly a very grand, large-scale story. And that's something that's not normally good at transferring into an anime, admittedly. Like, I've seen it done before, and it's just not very consistently good. It's very world-buildy and definitely intricate. And I just think there's a lot of stories that do that sort of concept better. It did pave the way for more villain stories to come into anime, though. Like, villain protagonist. And I really liked that. There's been a lot of great ones. You want my honest opinion, it's never going to beat Arno's Voldigold, which was Misfits at Demon King Academy. Did get bored of that one, though, eventually, because I just think that the writing of that just didn't keep up. Its hook was good. Its first season was incredible. Probably one of the funniest fucking first seasons of an anime. But then, yeah. My spelling is getting progressively worse by the minute. It's best way to do it. Though I feel like there's just probably some correlation with anime recommendations of VTubers. That's probably fair. I mean, it's the fact as it is, right? One of my favorite anime. I love this grand world and living creatures inhabiting it. Yeah, I mean, like, agreed. There's a reason why I kind of would prefer to just go read it instead of thing, but reading's not something I'm doing at the moment just because I don't have the time. Cancer actually kills. Yes, I've used that one a few times when playing games. That's always a good one. But yeah, like, it's It's an interesting one to kind of think on that whole, what is wrong with Overlord in my opinion, and I want to stress, this is my opinion. This is not something that I think everyone would share. It clearly is very, very popular and very, very enjoyed quite internationally, on a large scale. Just not for me. I watch it, I get bored. Happens, right? Like, I haven't watched the last, like, half season of Misfits Demon King Academy for that reasoning. And yeah, like, I love Overlord's world building. I just think the pacing of the anime is really off, but that's very consistent for anime. Trying to adapt to anything. It's just gonna struggle. I love world building. I'm a DM after all, and Overlord makes it an amazing way. I read a lot of the novel, but don't want to spoil myself for the plot too far ahead. Yeah, like, that's the thing. I think Overlord's one of those ones where I feel like reading it while watching it's probably a great way to approach it, because like I know a shitload of stuff that that happens, right? I have friends that talk about like the most recent releases, and so I understand stuff in that story very far along in it. And there's certain characters that I was surprised that they took so long to introduce. I think that one of the characters I know of has now finally been introduced in like the last season, which is one that I thought, if I recall correctly, in the story was actually introduced way, way earlier in the original novel. And it's actually the strongest character in the entire Tomb of Nazareth? Fuck, I'm trying to remember. Reading fills the gaps in for knowledge that could be crammed in. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. That's why I say, I think the mistake that series has is its pacing's poor. I think it... Hot take, I think Overlord would have been one of those mini examples of something that shouldn't have been a series, it should have been a movie. And it should have been like a shitload of movies. Making like one of the main arcs an entire movie, and that means that you could develop certain characters a little bit better. I think that would have improved it, but the problem is that like an anime series and an anime movie, a movie needs to make a really substantial amount of money back. They could not guarantee that, and overall anime series does better for getting more viewers in. Especially knowing that it's like doing a 2-part movie has never been very well received on anime. And only is forgiven in certain contexts, right? Because he was outstanding in this field. God damn it. Again, it's that kind of humor that I wish more of the world had. Why can't we all just use dad jokes, man? How do you organize a space orgy? Sorry, no, what? How do you organize a space party? That's a bit of a different thing. Clearly, I'm reading very well today. You planet? Yeah. That's a good one. How do you organize a space orgy? How did I read that? My mind is clearly on something. To be fair, actually, I immediately think I know the answer as to why I was thinking about that. And I'm not going to explain it. Y'all are going to have to deal with the query that what the fuck did I just mean by that statement. Have fun with that. Alright. And then we need we'll see. See white. Do this for the moment. Might do something different with this at some point. Alright, let's see. Why'd the bike fall over? Because it's too tired. Hello, kitty cat. You need to be cleaned up a little bit, don't you? There you go. Alright. Oh, hey, Mello. I want to do my vehicular stuff vids on the channel, but as always, I'm cursed. Just cursed. Imagine that. We're being picked up by others. Why can't an emptier niche? Also, yeah, no, I see you've got the new tag. I also looked at the stuff that you posted in my DMs earlier. That was looking good. Looking good. Cool banner. So, yeah, nice job. Oh, sorry, I got cat hair in my eyes now. I rubbed my eyes with cat hair on my hands, and then I got cat hair in my eyes. God fucking damn it. Alright, let's see how this works. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a crash, but I think I've got it. Yeah. That's an issue I'll resolve in a moment. So this is an issue that's kind of because of the way that the previous person did this, and I just want to fix it. How do I want to fix it? I could just make it a text pass, right? Yeah. Do this for now. If I decide I want to do something different, we'll do something different later. Oop, too far. Alright, I'll record these videos. I just need to complete rigging your model, no matter if any other big VTubers I'm gonna keep going. Good. Yeah, just always keep going with what do you wanna do. Ignore what other people are doing. Well, not ignore them, but you know what I mean. Alright. What do you call a fish wearing a bow tie? A sophisticated. God fucking damn it. Hey, how things are rocking? Hey, Vince Fox, how's it going? God damn it. The sophisticated is such a stupid one. Let's see. Alrighty. Get this done, then we'll have names be done for characters, and then we can do some more cleanup. To be fair, I'm probably going to revisit these, put these in arrays, and do the text stuff that we want to do. But I'm not sure yet, because, like, I don't... It's kind of that thing of, do we create a way for the characters to have their colors in, like, the title? Because that could get really hard to read very quickly. If you're wondering, by the way, so to explain better why these were even in arrays, it was because of, just names being so long that they didn't fit the spacing correctly. And it was a kind of, in a sense, a security net for that. So there could be subtitling for their names, for the old UI, but we don't really need to care about that. We've got plenty of ways to rectify that now in much more constructive fashion. So now we do it, should be fine. So we'll just need to change the X coordinate, which shouldn't be too difficult. All right, on temp board. What? Trying to index a variable which is not an array. OTemp board. Script character set line. Ah! So it's character set. Okay. So character set. Find all. Yeah. All right. Okay, why does the math book look sad? Because it had too many problems. Hey. Going with the new channel ideas, you can see, setting up branding. It's always a nightmare doing all the branding stuff. I can say that for certain. You VTubing? Will be VTubing still a difference? Yeah. Simulators, racing games, also entertainment videos about vehicles and mechanics, which, yeah, no, sounds really cool. Sounds like you've got a good plan on your head with that now, Mello. And I'll get my act together and edit the videos I recorded, or so I lie to myself. I understand that, Pink. I really understand that. I think I'll be doing a series from the first Gran Turismo for start, maybe that Mud Runner game I bought. Ooh. Did you all hear about the Iron Mouse situation? Hope I'm not too not late on the news. Which Iron Mouse one? Oh yeah, no, the subathon? Yeah, no, it's it was, I mean, it was last month. Yeah, no, it was awesome. She got to the highest amount of subscribers ever obtained on a channel, and she was the highest subscribed to during the last month, and she was 50% of the profits of the subs and stuff like that for the thing. Yeah, were donated to the Immune Deficiency Foundation, because Iron Mouse is a fucking Chad. What the... Holy shit. Okay, I'm just going to talk about something in a second, because I just found something out with my mouse, and I've had this mouse for years. Okay. Why do seagulls fly over the ocean? Because if they flew over the bay, that'd be beagles. Exactly. But yeah, no, Internet Explorer moment. We do have all those moments. That's so cool. Yeah, no, she's awesome. Also got a Blue Sky account. I actually have a Blue Sky account too. I've not done anything with it though. I don't expect it to really kick off like most people think. I expect everyone's going to come back to Twitter in time. But you never know. They might actually just fully fuck up completely. We'll see. But no, so can I just... So you know how your mouse wheel can scroll up and down? Apparently, if I click mine to the sides, it fucking has like side to side scrolling. This changes my fucking life. Like... I just accidentally tapped it. Like, to show is the, let's see. Alright, you can see the mouse? So, up and down. Dude, that's fucking wild. When did mouses do that? Fucking feeling like a really old man right now, okay? Some people gotta be a little cautious with me. Actually having like a straight up moment. It's great. What do you call a factory that makes good products? A Satisfactory. Good game. I need to finish playing that. Like someone bought it for me recently and means I've actually played a little bit of it. I need to play more of it. Alright, that doesn't crash now. That does, but yeah, it's not surprising. Why did the width not change correctly though? There was an option for side scrolling for years in Windows. Yeah, but you normally had to hotkey it, right? Like I have hotkeys for it. I use those hotkeys. But just, yeah, no, apparently they actually have, like, fucking more than single directional mouse, fucking scroll on this. This makes this mouse actually really good to me. Like, don't get me wrong, the mouse was good before, but, like, this is really fucking big. Oh no, okay, no, I need to change this from being a 0.5, that's why. It glues it together. Dude, I swear, this is why I want to get, like, to the monetization level and stuff like that, because I just want you guys to send me these. Like, through bits and shit like that. So I can have it, like, as a text thing come through. Or I'll have it as, like, was it the channel reward, I think? Oh, that's what we should do. We should make a bot, right? And we make a bits, like, not a bits reward, a, one of the channel points on Twitch reward, and if YouTube ever fucking enables something like it. And what we'll do is it will literally just be, you activate it and it tells the bot, randomly pull a dad joke and play it. That'll be the entire thing. Watch the stream and you get to play a fucking dad joke for me. That'd be great. Oh, I like that idea. I could do that. That's my job. I mean, you can make the list for me. Okay, so I'm gonna increase the text scale. I'm gonna reduce the Y a little bit. Let's see. What did the left eye say to the right eye? Between you and me, there's something smells. Fuck, god damn it. AI are taking the jokes. Exactly. Not jokes, jobs. Well, I mean, yeah, they are the joke at the moment. We're losing all the jobs to the AIs. Man, I feel bad for the people that actually believe that. Like, genuinely, I feel bad for them. I'm not meaning that in like a go fuck yourself kind of way. I mean that in like a genuine, I feel bad. Imagine thinking that. It's gotta suck, man. So, that's always a sad one. Yeah. They're still streaming. Aceto Corsa, Corsa 2. Interesting how quickly they will drop it. I remember big VTubers were doing Gran Turismo like I want to do in the past. Why don't eggs tell jokes? Because they might crack up. God damn it. You gotta save some of these jokes for another time, Kit. Come on. You can't use just like all of them at once. You gotta save them. You gotta reserve a few of them for like every stream. You gotta keep them going. It's the best way to do it. Give it a slow burn. I have an infinite amount of jokes. That's fair. AIs will take your job. Dude. Okay. Hot take, and I think this is like the big hot take that people have that it's just not going to be loved. I have nothing wrong with the usage of AI in a lot of things. I have an issue with the sourcing for the learning data. That's it. If you pay an asset, like a pay for asset packs or something like that, with the intention of using it for whatever, right? You've paid for the licensing of it. Because you have to, again, we have to kind of talk on this. Licensing's the big thing, right? If I pay an artist for a license where I can use their art to teach AI, there's no problem there. I don't think anyone will actually have an issue with that. Now, will that AI produce exactly what I want? Probably not still. But I've now got like a thing. What I disagree with is scraping AI, like sculpting AI, where it will like rip a bunch of stuff from other people. Now, do I think that I do something where like I'll look at a piece of art and I'll use it as a reference? Yes. But there's a big difference between that and the generative system. So that is the whole thing. AI can't be copyright law? Yeah, exactly. It's all about that licensing. That's what matters. Now, why I'm kind of fine with like ChatGPT for the most part is most of the time, that is just accessing public forum data. That's not actually really doing anything. It's specifically its imagery that I think is the big issue. So it's basically, if I use ChatGPT, which I do, I use it as a bounce off ideas point, or a way of Googling something that's a little bit more niche, to try and get some ideas. Do I ask it to code for me? Fuck no. Why? Because it's actually going to be foul. So that's an important thing. All right. What do you call a bear with no teeth? A gummy bear. What do you call... why did the golfer bring 2 pairs of pants? In case he got a hole in one. What do you call an alligator in a vest? An investigator. God damn it. But yeah, that's my kind of opinion on AI. That's why I'm not actually against, like, AI voice acting or AI art. I'm against the sourcing of it. Because we've already had, like, AI voicing for fucking eons. That's what goddamn Syrian shit is. It's a synthetic voice based off a bunch of fucking key points. That's why I've said, like, I agree with people that don't like these things. I understand where they're coming from. But I just hope that, like, there's an understanding that it's not there to replace, it's there to facilitate, right? I was an AI field for a moment, helped learned that pretty much more and more SD models are going off publicly available data sets. I wouldn't call AI something evil. No, it's not. Again, I've made a fucking AI, and that thing was evil. But that was because I based it all off of my own information, data, and myself. And that was a bad idea. I'm not even a dad, and I'm telling dad jokes. It's the best way to do it, man. I like AI tech, but there's always bad actors or misguided souls. Yes, I think that's the big thing that we kind of need to talk on, right? Do I think that, for example, like Twitter, their approach to some stuff, I stand by, because I believe at the moment it's an opt-in mentality for it, right? Is you can actually, your stuff can be used to help teach their AI, their in-house AI, Grok, I think is what it's called. The problem I have with it is that it's just like, look, no, keep it as an opt-in. Don't force it on people, because the moment you force it on people, you are going to get backlash. There is answers as well that people will have, because there's actually, so fun little fact, if you actually don't want your art sculpt, there's online services you can go look up very easily and quickly that are free, where you can put your image through it and it will look no different, but because of the way the data of it is, it can't be sculpted by an AI. Not easily. Not current AI tech. And that's the point, right? But I'm gonna be honest, it's... what's the worth in it? Fight the licensing and legislation side. That's what we need to be fighting at. Because legal hasn't caught up to AI tech. That's the case. And that's why it's taking forever. Because it's really hard. Because it's a ever-evolving, ever-difficult concept. We can't really give an answer to it. Let's see. Engineer, hot take, artists, AI, artists, trash quality. Human artists is much better. Oh no, they're taking our jobs. Decided you're underperforming. I mean, like, that's the thing, right? So, I've said this before. How I see in game industry, AI are getting used. And I'm gonna pull up Paint for this, because it'll make it easier. Alright. Sorry for the flashbang. So, what AI art does is it takes a folder as it's learning, and it just kind of figures out what is an average, right? So, like, kind of figures out average expectation from the folder. What pixels go next to what pixels, stuff like that. And then you also want to have keywording on the stuff in here. Oops. So this is how AI kind of functions with art. People that are saying this shit's gonna take their jobs, it's not. Even when it's, unless there's a complete breakthrough, and then at a point in time we've probably made the singularity and we ended the world. What actually is gonna happen is that it's just gonna create a larger scale. So if we look at, game development, so again, like, keeping in mind, this is kind of how AI art actually works. Is it uses reference points for its information, and it kind of just gauges it off this. If I wanted to, say, do concept art, and this is the big thing, concept art. A lot of companies will hire outside, so contracting. Or they'll have in-house. And they're expected to make a lot, and we mean a lot, of art pieces, right? AI is supposed to work for us, not do our hobbies like drawing. Yeah. Sorry for the flashbang, sorry for me. Anti folks are even arguing that AI shouldn't even do work because it would take human jobs. Yeah, no, it's... So the point is, right, so anyway, going back to this. So these people are expected to make maybe hundreds, sometimes, if we're talking on a large scale, and they'll only have a few of them. This shit's fucking stressful. You know what's gonna change if we got AI? They're still gonna have to make shitloads of art, but it means that they can instead, with these pieces of art, go to the AI with this folder of, So again, we folder of art. And go, hey AI, make me 100 ideas with these keywords. Do you know what all of a sudden that's going to do? It's going to create a shitload of bad ones, but it's going to make enough that you can use as a reference point, and that's the important stuff. I personally think that AI is overutilized and crammed into things just to have popular gimmick. Some forms of it are good, but overused is really bad in opinion. That's fair. I think that's actually a really, really reasonable opinion. Are you doing an 800 special? Probably not. I don't see that there's a reason to. I haven't done a subscriber special ever on this channel. I probably will do one at maybe 1,000 because that's when we're probably monetized. Neural networks are everywhere. It's tech hype and whatnot. Yeah, I mean, like, that's the thing, is it's just like, there's so many little things with this stuff. It doesn't really matter in the end of the day. It's just, we need legals to catch up to where it needs to be. Right? But this is literally what's going to happen, is that all that's going to change is that they can make more art. In fact, there's likely they're going to have to hire, in addition to the hired contractors and in-house artists, they're probably going to have to hire an AI specialist. And like an AI specialist not as dealing with designing AI, but an AI specialist and utilizing this AI. Now you might go, oh, but it's only just throwing a bunch of keywords. Yeah, but admittedly, like, it's a single job probably in most cases, but it's a single job nonetheless. So at this point in time, I've now actually made an argument AI is going to increase how many jobs there are. Holy shit. What? Isn't that, like, break the entire argument? What the fuck? South Korean AI working in a government building threw itself downstairs after a year of work. Yeah, I remember something about that. By the way, fun fact is for the AI chat box, the most advanced architecture called transformers, one big horn, it chugs data, yes. But it's worth a training, yeah. What does monetization even do? Monetization means that I get ads on the channel, I can... and that's basically it. It just means that I can get money off this channel, which would be nice. I think that's something that definitely deserves a bit of a reward and attention. It changes this from being a hobby that makes me negative money to a hobby that might make me a little bit of money. And there's a huge difference between that, right? Because at the moment, anything I put in is money that I don't see again at this point. Which is why I don't put much money into my streaming. Malathan is 2 cents salary. Exactly. But that's why, like, if we go here, I'm actually pretty chill with showing this. So this is my dashboard. This is my monetization stuff. I'm actually already hit this previous goal in terms of subscribers numbers, because this is only 500 you need for this, or 3 video uploads. Which streams technically count, I believe. What I'm actually missing is watch hours. And then the next goal is the 1,000 and just another 1,000 watch hours. And you can actually use this here to see. So this is what the first one gives. It gives us supers, members. So members is subscription, like paid subscription. Supers is donations in a sense. Shopping, which I'm never probably going to utilize, means that I can advertise products that are my merchandise if I wanted to. And then if we get to the next milestone, it means that I can have watch paid, basically ads to the channel. So that's the thing. Watch hours, I do long vids, not my problem. I mean, so do I. Stream hours counts for this. This is counting stream hours. If we go to analytics, I actually have a decent watch hour expectation for this. In fact, it's constantly going up, which is kind of cool. But like if we look at average view duration, it's not very high, but that's not too surprising because it streams. Right? But that's the big thing. Our audience engagement then? I mean, it's the thing of like, so this has got 211 things. Average view duration is 1.6 seconds or 5 minutes. That's probably, if we go look at this, we can probably go into like more detail on it. You'll see, yeah, like the vast majority of views for the first little bit, and then they'll drop off hugely. Right? And that's fine. And that's because it's the live stuff that we care about. Comments. I mean, yeah, comments are an important thing as well. I try and interact with the comments when I can. We love the algorithm, don't we? I mean, I've said this before. I could actually play the algorithm way more if I really wanted to. Because I just need to do shorts again. Because shorts, if we pull up this and pull up, say, the last this. Data is processing. You'll see very quickly there's big spikes here. This is a short. All of these top 3, these are shorts. My highest view stuff that gets the most traction, most impressions and stuff like that is mainly shorts, except for this. This was unique. But like, look at this. Outside of this one stream here, all of this stuff up here, the top stuff, it's all shorts. So I do know how the algorithm works, and I know how to work with it. I just don't. Because the amount of time to do shorts, I've talked about this before, right? The amount of times to do shorts and making them is just not worth my time to me. And it's just, How many videos have I got? Short answer is fucking thousands. If we go to content and we go to playlist is the best one for this. About 600 live streams, because almost all my live streams go into this folder. Then we've also got 250 shorts there, and we've also got the other shorts as well somewhere, which I think there are only 3 of them. So I've got about nearly 1,000 videos on this channel easily. Again, it's about consistency. That's all I care about. But yeah, like my view count is really, really low now because streams themselves don't do well. Nor do just uploading videos anymore. It's shorts. Shorts are what actually gets you viewer count. Because again, if I just immediately do 90 days... Was I still doing shorts at this point? Let's see. In the 90 days period of time... Live stream. Yeah, so I wasn't doing shorts yet at this point, and we pull this up. Again, all of these peaks are shorts. "24 subs, you're lucky." I've had many dry periods. I mean, that's the thing why I say, like, I honestly don't pay too much attention to these numbers. If they're green, then that's cool. That's a nice positive thing. But that's why I say, like, I don't... if people are enjoying my content, people are enjoying my content. The more people that enjoy my content, the better I can facilitate and do that. If we manage to get to monetization, which is not a urgency, but definitely a thing that would be nice, because it means I could do streaming a little bit more as a like thing that I focus on. Then yeah, I mean, I'll definitely be happy to do that, but I don't know. That's why I say, like, I'm not concerned with the dry spills or anything like that, because I've had a few, sure, but I just don't care. And it's not that I'm saying I don't care about you guys, it's that I don't care about the numbers going up. Alright. So I value you guys here, and I value those that have watched or watched in the past, currently watching, will watch in the future. Whatever. It's like, I care about that, but I don't care about these numbers. These numbers don't matter to me. Numbers are numbers. Alright? The moment you start caring about the numbers more than you care about the people that are behind those numbers, you're gonna struggle, because that means you're gonna try and chase trends or try and force trends, and that means you're gonna probably do something incorrectly at some point, and you're gonna do things badly by yourself. What kids do nowadays, and it's where how they get into those stupid trends that threaten their health. Right? That's the thing to keep in mind. I don't want to do that. I don't want to threaten my health. Why would I want to threaten my fucking health? Yeah, construct. Character color. I want to see if this would be an idea that I could explore. Oh god, no, that looks fucking bad. What about this? Have it as the shadow, maybe? How many lines of code you got? Over the entire thing? Probably fucking hundreds of thousands. I know, excluding the old UI is like fucking thousands. Okay, no, that doesn't look good. Like, there's one of those things of, because of the way this is structured, I don't think I'd be able to find you an answer. Like, I know it's easily in the 100,000 category of how many fucking lines of code we've got. It's why you organize very particularly. Like, the fact that our new UI, which is hugely cleaned up, if we go to the create event alone, we're almost at 1,000 lines here alone. 1 million lines of basic. I'm good. I'm not gonna work in basic, I'll have you know. That would be horrendous. I only got 150 right now, but I'm working on it. I mean, that's the thing, right? It's a line at a time. I started with 0 lines. And you might sit there and go, duh. It's like, but yeah, that's the thing. You start with nothing, and you make things. And you keep making things. And now I'm at fucking an insane amount of code that there's no actual way for me to truly be able to go through all of this code and correctly clean it up if I ever wanted to. That's a big problem with it. This game has gotten too big for one person to maintain perfectly. I've just had to concede that there's going to be problems across the board. I just try and resolve issues as I see them and when necessary. And that's going to be the constant work of it. You have my axe. Exactly. Commodore 64 so you can work on basic. Man, you made so much of my body just want to shrivel back and not. Should already understand. God, I hate that, like, fun fact, I do actually understand a good bit of basic. Don't. There's a reason why I don't want to do it. Hey, kitty cat. Do you want to do basic? No. For something called basic, it is one of the most bullshit things. With 4 megabytes of RAM? Wow! Dude. I still love, like, explaining to people that, like, the idea of, like, a 64K modems and shit like that, right? Like, the idea of megabytes is insane sometimes. And now, like, we're at this point where, like, you hear terabytes getting thrown around like it's fucking joke. Throws me off so much. Yo, wait, they 3D printed the save icon? Why would they do that? I hate it. I fucking... Dude, and stuff like that makes me go, like, you know... If you're below... If you're born past a specific point, we're just gonna fucking boot camp you with, like, this old info. Fuck you. Forgot the real numbers. Yeah, no, it's fucking... I mean, that's the thing, like, right? It's fucking gotta go with kilobytes back then. Dude, it was... Kilobytes up until, like, late 90s was still, like, the most common thing, if I recall correctly. Yes, Miller? They were phasing out floppy when I was in elementary. Well, fuck you too. Like, floppies only got really phased out in, like, the late 90s, right? From memory? I was still using floppies. Okay, you know what? Maybe I'm not going to talk to that. I want to keep my fucking sanity. Half-Life 1 had 16 megabyte RAM system requirement. Feel old yet? Man, that's fucking wild. That is wild to think. To be fair... Actually, no, wait. I want to have a moment. I want to... So, I'm just going to run the game quickly. And debug so I can see something. So I want to see how much RAM this actually is expected to use. Do I think 200 megabytes is a lot? Kinda. Yeah, it's using like 200 megabytes. This game. Of general processing. It's kind of wild. Imagine having a silicon graphics workstation back then. I wonder how much more efficient I could make that. Like, the game itself compressed is like 140 megabytes, right? And it's zip file. What is it outside of that, actually? What is this game unzipped? I haven't looked in a while. Let's go look, shall we? I'm actually really curious now. Download. Because I'm actually just going to download it from the thing. It's actually the fastest way for me to find out. I know that one good old YouTuber made a floppy-sized FPS. God damn. I mean, yeah. My phone has 18 gig RAM, and it's... Yeah, no, like... This was the case like 10 years ago almost, that phones were stronger than like a computer from 10 years prior. That's the thing. People do not understand how scary that is to me. Like, how scary that is and how fucking fast technology is advancing. Do not underestimate it. Because that gap keeps getting fucking smaller and smaller and bigger and bigger. Like, the gap is smaller, but the value is getting bigger. That's the big thing. Alright, it is downloaded. Show in folder. I'm not going to show the folders because it's my downloads folder and you do not need to see all of my random fucking PDFs that I download for information. Extract files. Extract them here. Properties. 180 megabytes. Uncompressed. That's what this game is. Fuck me. Yeah, none of y'all have a fucking argument of saying my game is fucking bloatware. Holy shit. I'm not even close to a gig. 180, bro, it uses more fucking RAM than it has fucking goddamn storage space requirement. I thought it was downloading research material. I mean, it's technically research material. It's just really boring. What are the first 10 internet rules? Can't remember off the top of my head. I used to know them. I used to know most of them. Actually, let's see. Where do we have a PDF I can fucking open up very quickly for funsies? I have a resume. Occupational stress. And its consequences. When was that? What's this PDF? I feel like this is a... Yeah, this is kind of what I mean. Academic literature. Have fun. I'm very boring in my free time. You already know Rule 34, yeah. Let's see. Number 1, we are anonymous, as I call. No, just baits. True. For real. As the kids say. For real. Right? Right, my homies? Oh, you know, I did do some fucking Fortnite dancing for my mates on camera last night. And I was struggling so much because I don't understand Fortnite dancing. There's the one that's the flossing one. I can't do that. I would need to practice it more. And like the best part is this group of friends is like the same age as me. Or a little bit older. So in some cases. I think like one of them's like 3 years older than me. So you can do Yakuza dancing? Dude. Okay. Fucking here's a little story moment with Malith. I actually, as a kid, did ballet. Yeah, I did ballet. I went on the stage and everything. I cannot tell you enough how much I actually have always loved gymnastic things. Like ballet, the rings sort of stuff like that. I fucking love that shit. That was always my favorite stuff to do at school. But yeah, no, before I was even properly in school, I was doing ballet. Which is why I don't fall over very easily. Because my balance control is fucking insane still. So can I do Yakuza dancing? More than easily, right? Like, this is why I actually can do K-pop dancing easier than I can do most Western dancing. Because K-pop is a lot more specific with some of that stuff. So I can actually still do... I can still easily do like 3 or 4 spin rotate, moves and shit. But yeah, there you go. I am very, very weirdly capable when it comes to that stuff. Do you remember that one internet rule correlated to Rule 34? What do you mean? Correlated to Rule 34? I remember all of Rule 34, which is, Rule 34 is, if it's on the internet, there is pornographic material of it. If not, you need to make it. If you do not find it, you must make it. There's also another rule 68 that is correlated to rule 34, but I won't tell it. I don't remember that rule. Yeah, no, I just looked up and saw it. No, I don't know what rule 68 is. I could look up the manual, but I'll leave that for another time. So we need... Y plus equals... let's see... Even he sees cringe about 60. I don't fucking know which rule it is. You don't expect me to remember every rule in the grand scheme of things. It's way too many rules to try and remember. Times 0.3. 2.5. Go that. And then height. Alright, so wait. Sakura ripping pepperoni, but you still remember the boob rule. Don't know. Ghost in the Shell arc begins. Oh! Booba, okay, the fuck. God damn it. Times, point 1. We'll go with point 1 for the moment. See how this draws. Pixar didn't happen. Oh god, that looks fucking atrocious like that. It needs way more this and less this. I'm gonna go sleep. Have a great stream, night or day. All good, kid. Have a good sleep. Have fun. That's too high now. 5. I think the width's fine though. Imagine my stream instance just delete. What? Imagine my is that stream or Steam instance just deleted itself today. Steam? Big concerning. Feels good. Yeah, there we go. I think that's what I needed. Then I can do assist. Just copied over the EX from fresh install. No need to relog. Check make you hackers. Always the spooky thing. Never want to lose your Steam accounts. That's definitely one I would not want myself. Alright, so x plus equals width plus and then width times equal 0.3. And then yoink this again. That should be fine. Tells your Adobe Illustrator password with mine. Have fun with that. I have 2-factor. Even if you stole it, it's kind of screwed. Oh god, that's not enough. This is why 2-factor is important, people. I actually really love, there was someone I knew that really bitched about 2-factor on Discord because their account, they couldn't log into their account and they like had a lot of issues trying to get back into it and all sorts. You know why I find that really funny? Not once did they kind of like sit there for a moment and go, isn't this a good thing? That it's actually really hard to just get into your account for free. Like, the moment they were able to prove themselves, they were fine. They had to go through customer services. But, like, that right there is actually a good thing. A security good thing. It's insane. I got an app for Discord too. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? It's like, I think I have mine. What if I got my Discord one tied to? I think I got it tied to an email or something. Not sure off the top of my head. I'd have to look. Authenticator apps, my beloved. Yep, no, I stand by it. A lot of people don't realize how valuable a two-factor authentication is. It's actually, at this point in time, about as secure as you can get with that stuff. So don't knock it. It's good. No, that's not what I was going to click on. It's this one. Really just don't give a fuck. Why do I have to constantly keep, like, telling fucking Twitter to stop showing me goddamn Elon Musk posts, man? I really just don't give a fuck. The man's an ass. Alright, there we go. Elon Meowth. You love him or you hate him. I think he got some points right, some. Like, I'm gonna stand by my statement on this pretty consistently because this has been my whole thought of Elon. I think he is probably the most normal person that has way too much money. Like, he's actually what most people are like if they were actually given a shitload of money. He's not fucking stable. He's not okay, which actually makes him more understandable. The problem is that much like many of us that have way too many ideas and not enough of them are good, that is the problem. Do I think how he's approached Twitter is good? No. Do I think he did some things correctly? Yes. Do I think he did a lot of things correctly? Fuck no. I think for every good idea Elon has put forward, or his teams that he's worked with, or anything like that, on Twitter specifically, I think they've made like 7 bad ones. And it's really incredible that he's managed to take probably one of the most recognized, maybe second, third most recognized, like, things on the internet and fucking dismantled it in the way he has. It'll change the world of this money? How? When? Nah, bro. I mean, I know what I've said this before. I know what I would do if I had an excessive amount of money. I've talked a little bit about it on a stream. I'm not going to say all of it, because again, you never know. One day, maybe it's possible. But, like, I don't agree with a lot of his philosophies, and I just think he acts like a bigot at the best of times. Time to make some soup? Hell yeah. It's like, I'm not even going to give a shit about, like, the whole I changed the world with money, right? Like, we already have seen him try and do stuff and try and improve things. He's taking some things the correct direction, well, his teams are and stuff, but I just... You can tank their platform first. Well, that's the thing, is Facebook hasn't really done anything. So that's actually a good and a bad thing. It doesn't... Facebook hasn't innovated very much in its time. However, it's just consistently there. If we're talking about social media platforms, the two are very incomparable. In my eyes, and I feel like this is a fairly standard universal look, that I've experienced with people is that, like, Twitter is more of a platform and forum, whereas Facebook is more how I keep up with people that I know. Like, it is much more of a private thing. I do not want to advertise my Facebook. Meta got AIs, right? But, like, if I'm going to chat with a friend, I'm going to chat with them over Messenger or Discord. Those are the two places that you can actually contact me, like, properly. Discord a little less, admittedly. If I saw something come up on Messenger, I pretty much, like, immediately know it's someone actually trying to get a hold of me. And unless I'm really not in a good mental place, I will probably answer. Can't wait for Discord to will start tanking. Well, apparently, according to most people, it has. And admittedly, the people in charge of Discord are a bunch of twats at the best of times. They do a lot of stupid things. But the thing is, they're not... So they're adding more monetizations, they're adding more problematic things like that, some features, they're minimizing certain other ones. It gets on a lot of people's nerves. The thing is, right, is that they at least have the smarts to not touch the core things. Which is the same argument that we use against Twitter and why what Elon's done is wrong. It's like he's hit core things that identified the platform and are not what you should be touching. And that's the problem. Like, that's the big thing with that stuff. Now, I want to stress there's a reason why I keep trying to plug in the whole, like, teams as well. Because Elon's not in charge of everything. He's not, like, the sole person going, no, we do this. There is fucking board meetings, and there are experts in the field that are making these decisions. The problem is that, like, the decisions being made just don't feel smart. And I feel like any tech individual that is worth their weight will probably agree for the most part that a vast majority of the decisions made for Twitter are not wise. Imagine people using Twitch honestly, Twitch has made a lot of stupid decisions. They're trying to do their best by the community, and it's very clear that a lot of the upper people at Twitch actually give a shit. The problem is that it's middle management, I feel like, most of the time with Twitch, and those are the people that are the problem. Like, they keep deciding things that they think are good and not thinking them through far enough, because they're not interacting with the platform as a viewer, and all that. Middle management, tier 1 monsters. But, like, that's why, I think one of the best stories of it is that the guy that's actually in charge of Twitch, he actually streamed on the platform and went through naturally. He didn't give them any evidence of who he was, and he tried to do the partnership and he fucking failed it, like, lots and lots of times. He applied for partnership and kept failing it, which is hysterical. But he's actually a good person. Like, he's a really cool person. All the stuff I've seen with him and everything, I don't think there's anything I've got wrong with him. That's why I say I'm pretty sure it's middle management's the problem in that case. I can't say for certain, because obviously I don't know the infrastructure and don't know exactly who's working where and where potentially communication issues might occur and all that, which is often where a lot of these problems might occur. Because, again, it's if you're not actively using the platform as a viewer, which is... There's mixed arguments there, right? Like, maybe you should be, but it's also like, it's their content that you're going to watch. Because if you're just going to force yourself to watch something and you don't give a shit, and you're there for business, then it's kind of makes sense. But that's where it's like, you do kind of need this communication. So I do think there are issues, and I'm actually really thankful to someone like Pirate Software, which has been a massive, massive influence on Twitch's platform, because he's helped improve it a lot. That's why I'm hoping that, like, with what happened to Iron Mouse, right, with her channels on YouTube got slammed really fucking hard by a poor system that's implemented by YouTube, that it kind of helps them set up a better system. Because I want to stress, the biggest problem with it is that they don't have a system to facilitate. They have the system as its raw structure, which the raw structure is just the DMCA system. It is literally, that's what it is. You're applying DMCA legal stuff to it, and there's no way of going for like an offset point and trying to find a better alternative. So it means that, like, this happens to channels all the time. What happened to Iron Mouse? The problem is that she's so high profile that she actually got it fixed. A lot of people can't. And it sucks. It's really shit. So I'm hoping that with what happened there is talks now in the work of maybe we need to do something about this. How do we do something about this? How do we improve the creator experience on our platform? That's why I say, like, it's actually good when bad things happen. It just sucks when it's happening. The best thing that comes out of it is that now there's a learning experience, and now there's like an expectation, and like, okay, this has happened. We've seen this happen on a high profile. Now we need to fix this. It's very important. But yeah, it's a weird one. It's a weird one. That's why, like, I'm sitting in a weird position where I have pretty much no platform to use if something went wrong, and that's actually kind of scary. So if something really hit this channel hard, which it wouldn't be hard, or like any of my channels, I could just kind of have to fall over and die. And that is kind of scary. But the benefit I have is that it's not monetized, so it's not my what defines my life. It just means that, like, one of my favorite hobbies that I use to de-stress is gone, which is pretty rough. Alright, there we go. Width times point 275. At least I'll be able to doom scroll tonight like a pro with Blue Sky. Blue Sky's interesting. Again, like, I mixed feelings on it so far. I've not used it too much though, so I can't really speak to it, but I do have it open. I'm not seeing... Yeah, I mean, like, it's cool to see art. That's about it, right? Like, it just feels like a more art-orientated Twitter, but maybe that's just because that's what my my stuff is recommending me at this stage. By the way, I started reading Initial D yesterday. First 7 chapters done. Art style is One Punch Man-ish. Yeah, I mean, like, that's the thing, right? It's a very old, very stylistic one that I fucking loved. Definitely enjoyed that. It's a good one. Lazy. Will I be lazy? No, I won't be lazy. Alright, 700, does it say 700? How long is it? I fucking can't remember. It's been far too long. Didn't read all of it myself, admittedly. What day am I? To be fair, that's kind of like that whole argument of one day I'll also watch and or read One Piece. Yeah, I actually do want to. That's the fucking terrifying thing. One Piece, yeah. Okay. Ray. So what are they called in the internal constructor? I think I'll keep reading it. At least I got that 1% completion. Exactly. How do I best do this? Okay, so we just do weapon for now, and it's an index, so... And then... it's called EX. Okay. And EX is functioning different because an EX is stored internally. Alright. So we have to do some fun little stuff with that. No, it's struct. Let's see, struct exists, struct get names, set struct hash. Variable struct get. That's what we want. No. Yes. Having a moment. Character. Icons, array. I. Var underscore icon equals this. And then if is struct icon else. All right, and then icon equals icon dot icon else, and then we have to go through if icon equals weapon. No, sorry. icon array equals weapon. Icon is going to equal where weapons, all weapons. We want all items. There we go. Then we get this thing. Get icon, and then we do its sub x sub y. Oops, I forgot to do the sub image. And then sub width again. Color, see white. Alpha true, or alpha full. And then sub x plus equal sub width plus gap. See if this crashes the game, shall we? That would be why. Icon. Kinda works. Not quite though, but it's on the way. That's already a good start though. Okay. Let's try this out. Better. Definitely better. That Y gap's not enough, I feel. Okay, let's actually start drawing in some of this other stuff though that we're gonna need. Spot. Yeah, that's better for telling kind of the positioning problems. Should have done that earlier. Okay, pull down that sub width a bit more. Yeah, you good? Woke yourself up by falling over a little bit too much? I mean, that's a lot better. The gap's still a bit much, though, I think. Let's try that. A lot of different backgrounds. People are on blue. Yeah. Again, I think blue sky's cool. I just don't really need another social media platform to try and keep track of, I'm gonna be honest. Alright. So I'm scrolling for you. Fair enough. No, it's not one, it's two. One is the full one, whereas I want two. Because I want just the border. And then it's sub x, and it's going to be like plus times 0.99 times 0.99 times 0.98 times 0.98. It's probably not enough, but that might give me a start. Oh, I got it the wrong way around, right? It's 1.01. 1.01. Yeah. So we need to push it more. So it needs to be bigger number. Stretch. Okay, the push looks somewhat close. Probably that a little bit more. And probably go with this for now. See if that fits better. It's probably 9.6 that we want. No, we'll see. See, oh, that's way too far over. Okay. Actually, that's a good point. We should probably not be timesing this. We should probably be... What should do is we should... do this. ASMR. Yeah, I don't trust ASMRs, man. It's spooky. Okay, Okay, that's clearly not enough of a push. That's fine. Good learning. I'm not an ASMR person much, which is to the dismay of a lot of people I know. It's kind of always entertaining to me. It's like, how can you not like it? I just don't. I know, it's wild that I don't. So, no, I saw that. 3. There we go. This is probably way too much. Let's see. Maybe this is exactly what I need. You never know. Yeah, it actually looks kind of close to being right. And that means this needs to be 8. And boom, that's almost correct. Good enough. Okay, grab that. Alright, so we want sub X. Sub Y. And then the sub widths. And then this is where I'm actually going to change this a little bit to no longer being the icon it's getting, but we're going to get the skill. And then we're going to make a var underscore icon equal -1 for funnies. And then we're going to do skill equals now we can do that. Cool. Now we have a struct for all of them. Tooltip. So skill dot name skill no icon. Coordinates will be at sub X minus say 150. Oh yeah, quartz is like this, isn't it? And then sub Y width will be 150, and the height will be, it's got to be more than this, right? We go 200. Because this needs to probably be like a solid 80, maybe. And then text scale can be 0.9 for now. Is skill true? Let's see how this works. Okay, way too small. That's understandable. So let's go to 450. 450. Whoa. And then say 150. Yeah. I think that looks cool. Maybe we make the Y coordinates at the bottom left corner instead of just the top left corner. So it feels a bit more like a drop down at that point. I don't know. Kind of like this. And also, if you're wondering why I'm going to the left, it's because where the fuck am I going to go for the right? I might as well go for the left, because at the point in time I'm covering the mirror. That's it. Oh no, the horror. Keep in mind there will be no click functionality for this at this stage. Just for safety's sake. I think that's a safe way of doing it. I don't think there's anything we should have for clicking there, at the very least, anyway. I guess the only argument I could make for clicking the weapon would be to, like, click it through to see what its, like, level ups would be, right? Oh, that's a good point. I should probably do that. You're gonna see something that I've been working on in the background very quickly. It's not implemented yet, though. So, don't worry too much. Okay, so I think I've got that working nicely. It does mean I need to finally go and do EX and assist icons, because currently they still don't have any. Which is gonna be a nightmare, because it's a lot of fucking icons to do again. Yay! I love doing icons. It's only gonna take me like another week or two. Oh well. To be fair, I get the house to myself next week, so I can probably just go super fucking late. Fuck, I need to remember to do that tweet, the message that person. I keep forgetting. Oh god, Nyanna's got banned? What did Nyanna's do this time? Probably nothing. Probably something. I don't know. I'll look into it at some point. Oh, that is something I want to look into later, because that's some resources I think should be important to go through. It's something about self-publishing that Game Maker published, or showing, something, whatever. I want to have a look at it. Doki's playing Hoonie Pop? Oh no. Have I heard Hoonie Pop? Yeah, apparently Doki's playing it. Is she playing it right now though? Waiting room is here, I've never played, soon, at the very least. What, why? I mean, why not, right? Six cells, yeah, clearly. This was apparently the reason for the ban. I'm sorry, Mr. Twitch, and sorry to everyone in the trouble. I slapped too close. What the fuck is this clip? No, seriously. Okay, this is apparently what Nyanna's did to get fucking banned on Twitch. Once it works. Oh, for God's sakes, I have to scroll back. Here's the clip. I'm not gonna like full screen it or anything because I don't want to get banned
It's gonna be a
either.
doozy. We have to lock in for this one.
She will rise from the ashes and return soon. I hate it here. Idiotic, isn't it? Well, no, it does breach their terms of service. So... Six cells. Okay, can I actually kind of comment on that? So, Pirate Software talked about this recently, and I've talked about it with friends. I don't think I've talked about it on stream. I actually really hate that term, because it's not true. Like, yes and no. It depends on kind of what you're talking about, but like, overall, no, it's not the case. I could make this game super sexualized, and it would not sell better than it would sell if it was just well made. There's a big difference. Because people are using that at the moment to argue, like, negatively to Subnautica. And it's just fucking infuriating. I think similar. I think most people that actually have a brain are thinking that way. And that's the thing. It's not like a revolutionary statement. Do I think when it comes to outfits, I will definitely look closer at the one that's got the sexy guy on it instead of like the fat guy on it? Yeah, probably. Because that's something I'm going to put on my body. But at the end of the day, I also just will pick the one that's cheap and comfortable. I still think to this day, why VTubers are horny. Well, I mean, like, that's the thing. That's what I've said before as well to that comment. It's like, not all VTubers are horny. Very much not the case. And those that are, it's like a dime a dozen. All that sort of stuff. It's not that sex sells. Sex does not sell. Sex adds. Sex does not sell on its own. A good product sells. If you make something super sexy and make it really shit, it's not going to sell well. Some are actually saying, I don't know if I can agree with that when it comes to VTubers. Not very many. I'm a huge VTuber fan, so I can say very clearly that I don't think there's very many that are sane. But it's just a very stupid thing overall. So, yeah, I do think that there is definitely a level of, like, people just need to stop fucking saying certain things, because it's like, no. Something that has meaning has sticking and staying power. Like, especially now that we're in an era where, like, so many people ad block and TV shows. Like, less people are watching TV, so that means that they have to move their ads to websites. More people have got ad blockers, so... or something of that similar ilk. So most of those ads don't get seen. So what actually sells is, like, content creators doing an advert and all that sort of stuff. And I'm gonna be honest, most of those don't do sexy stuff. Like, you wanna know one thing that I'm never gonna get fucking sponsored for, is because I'm gonna shit on it right now, is Manscaped. Now, do I think that Manscaped's, like, bad? No, but, like, it's fucking unnecessary for the most part, for me, at the very least. I'm hairy down there. If I fucking try and trim it in any way, even if I want to do it cleanly, it's not going to be worthwhile. I've got... you wanna know the fucking cutter I have? I've had this for fucking, like, 5 years, maybe? This is the trimmer I have. This. I bought this online for like 70 bucks. It comes with a full kit, has foil, everything like that. Before that, I had something that was even... that was like, I think 20 bucks at Kmart. You can make do. Is it as clean of a shave or anything like that? Maybe not. I mean, depends. But, like, overall, you do pay for what you get, but, like, I don't need a fucking trimmer for my goddamn junk. Like, this thing has stuff so I could do that if I need to. And I can do it safely. I don't know. I'm clearly not the intended audience for it, right? Even though I'm technically the intended audience. Like, you wanna actually know the things that almost get me is like the fucking, like the Sakura box and all that shit. Like, that shit looks great. I'd fucking love to order some food from overseas. And I wish more countries did that shit. Give me your, like, delicacies. I'd fucking have that. And right there, I've just made an example of sexy stuff. So it's like, oh, me guy, me sexy, because I have more shave and stuff. That doesn't make this fucking sell me. No, what sells me? Food. It's enjoyment and entertainment is what sells more now. So, yeah. I've said this so many times, and I'll say this again. We're not in the information era anymore. We're in the entertainment era. It's all about entertainment. It's where most of the money is in the world. Give me a girlfriend and I'm sold. Nah, I don't fucking want. I'm gonna be honest with you, Chief. I'm quite content with the whole I don't go near a fucking woman again. I'm content with that. Fuck that. Straight white women are the worst thing in the world. Aside from the French. Like, I still love what was it? Was it Porcelain Maid made a joke about how lesbians are divorced dads and how everyone's screwed over by straight women? How about Aussie girls? I don't interact with Aussies. Milo, you keep forgetting. There's a huge thing of Aussies are over an ocean to me, or a sea. They're on the other side of a Tasmanian sea. I don't interact with Aussie girls. And nor do I make an effort of it. I interact with New Zealanders. Kiwis. Big difference. And yet you'd simp for an Asian girl? I mean, technically, I don't simp for fucking anyone, but yeah. Overseas, yeah? You do realize everywhere for New Zealand is overseas, right? Do I have to explain again the concept of living on an island nation? Fuck, part of New Zealand is over water for me to get to. We have North Island, South Island, and Stewart Island. And then we have the other fucking little tiny ass islands around the place. I have mates in the South Island I've never seen because I don't go to the South Island. We got something called international car trips. Yeah, we don't have that. We barely have national car trips. So when you say an Australian, you have to realize asking me what I think of an Aussie is equivalent to asking someone in Europe what they think of Americans. It's like, then they've never gone to America. I've gone to Australia like once. But it's like, they're people and they're over there. They've got nothing to do with me. Now, you might think that's a bit of an extreme. That's what it's like. That bad? Do you not understand this? How is this such a hard concept to understand? I have to fly for hours to get to the closest non-New Zealand place. And I have to fly. There is no other choice. I thought you're somewhat kin of each other? We're less akin than Ireland and the UK. If that gives you an answer. We're actually almost as akin with Australia as we are with, like, pretty much everywhere else in Oceania. Not gonna lie, bro, you got me? Like, that's kind of my point. Like, fuck, we almost interact with Japan as much as we interact with Australia. The difference is we're in English-speaking countries, and we're both under the Commonwealth, so there's a bit of a commonality there when it comes to New Zealand and Australia. Do we have a bunch more treaties than we have with most places? Probably. But outside of that, we're not actually that akin as maybe people think. It's realistically what happens is it's just New Zealanders go over to Australia and they don't come back because they get better pay there. That's it. How much, wait, how much you got to Japan in terms of flight time? To fly straight to Japan is a 14-hour flight. I've done that flight. 14-hour flight. You can make it slightly less with, no, it's slightly more with layovers. If you go straight there, it is 14 hours. Welcome to New Zealand. We don't have anyone near us. Like, pretty sure I'm safe showing this, right? This is gonna show any addresses. I'm just gonna show my fucking email. I'm not gonna show that yet. Okay, let it stop fucking lagging. Okay, this should be fine now. Okay, here is New Zealand. Here is Australia. Look at this distance, right? The Tasmanian Sea is between us. Let's use this as an example point, right? I'm not going to zoom in or zoom out. So New Zealand to Japan is that distance. Alright, okay. Now let's look again at the distance here, at the Tasmanian Sea. So Sydney to Wellington, this is the important thing, right? Somewhat close. You want to see how close that is? That is as close as the entirety of Sweden. And, like, all of the fucking stuff up here. It is as close as all of these countries are big. That is how close we are. That is not close. We have almost got the entire distance of the fucking Europe area, like the Europe area here. Of West and Middle Europe. We are that distance apart from Australia. Does that put it into a bit better perspective? We are very isolated. Gotta learn your geography someday. So yeah, there you go. You learned something today. Even Filipino got closer to Aussie. Yep. Like, what is that one website? True sizes. I think this is what I'm looking for. The true size. This is gonna give us a better example. Right? So this is all of the United States. This is the entire size of the United States. We're almost, what? Half the United States away from each other. This is all of China. Is this putting into perspective the size difference? Because if I just move this over here all of a sudden, do you see the difference? India. Size of India apart. India is the size of basically all of Europe. Like, fun fact, it doesn't look like it here, but if so using India again, so India's this distance, we're almost the same distance this is actually not a joke, we are as close to Antarctica as we are to Australia. From edge to edge. That is how fucking isolated we are. That's a fun fact. Yeah, that's why we're one of the major launch points in the world. The other one is South America. We've got a lot of major launch points in New Zealand to go for Antarctic stuff. There's actually a lot of Antarctic bases around this area. I remember because there is like kind of every once in a while you can apply for something to get in there. Can't guess what would happen to you if the oceans would raise. The same to any other country. We'd actually be pretty fine because we're a very mountainous country. You already flooded? No. Really not. Like, we're an extremely mountainous country. We're like... The idea of flatlands doesn't exist in New Zealand. And where there's flatlands, it's because it was a swamp and there's a city built there. It's actually the very consistent rule. Tasmanian Sea? Yeah, what about the Tasmanian Sea? It's all there. If you mean like the distance between New Zealand and Australia are going to become bigger, we already know that. We've actually been measuring it. It's funny. We also got moved to the side a lot because of... Okay, do you know about fault lines? Right. Didn't know you were mountainous? We're very mountainous. We do not have any flat spots in New Zealand that aren't already like... Basically, 90% of the flatland in New Zealand was made. You ever went hiking? I mean, sort of, yeah. You naturally go hiking when you walk through most places. No, so what was I gonna look at again? Open up Google. I said Google, not Google Maps, but alright then. Right. What was I gonna look up again? Fault lines. They're a good... There's a bunch of fucking, like, local ones. I want to see, like, a larger scale one. Man, this is an interactive map. Maybe I can look at this. So do you know what the Ring of Fire is? It's famously one of the worst tectonics in the world. It's massive, right? Yeah. So the Ring of Fire is this. It goes around the entire Pacific. So you hear how Japan gets really bad earthquakes and tsunamis? So if we just like open up this image a little bit and zoom in. So, Pacific Plate, or the Ring of Fire. Japan is here. Japan is off of it. Guess where New Zealand is? We're on it. We're actually actively on this. This is why we have mountains. Because we're where the tectonics are pushing. In fact, I don't know if I can see it easily here. Let's see. Explore the interactive map. How often do you get earthquakes? Probably multiple times a month. Like, most of them we don't feel, is the thing. Yeah, there you go. That's what our country looks like when you look at fault lines. A week? No, a month. Multiple times a month. I mean, I fucking... Was it the other week? We had a 5 point something that was, like, over here. So I felt that one. It was a pretty bad one. We're very used to it, though. That's the thing. But yeah, so the tectonic is like this area and it goes past Japan. So we're actually on that plate. We're on the line of it. So that's why we struggle when it comes to hearing about like earthquakes around the world, because we just kind of are used to it. Got anything broken because of it? No. We're fine. But we're dead on the line. This doesn't look great, but it is actually just straight up. If you look at the fault lines as we saw a second ago, it goes straight through New Zealand. Again, the biggest one you'll hear about was the Christchurch earthquakes, which completely destroyed that town, and that's because it was an older town and it was not designed and prepared for it. Until no volcanoes, then it's good. I mean, we've got a shitload of volcanoes again, because you're on a tectonic line. That's how that works. We have lines of volcanoes. We have an Alps and everything. Like, we're very active of a country for everything. We get fucked up a lot. So we're very used to it. We actually have a super volcano that's kind of insanely sized. Because, fun fact, if you ever look at New Zealand... I'm going to pull it up again. Map of New Zealand... images, because I'm not going to show fucking maps, because it's going to dox me. Alright, where's a good image to use as an example? That's not a great one for the point I'm trying to make. This will do. Okay, so this is the North Island. This is the island I live on. Right? I live mainly southern North Island. So fun fact, there is a shitload of volcanoes that are completely dormant under Auckland. It could just go at any moment. It's great. It's one of our scariest spots for this, because if those end up becoming active, that knocks out our largest city in New Zealand, not our capital, but our largest city. And it will create a chain of reactions with some of the mini ones that are along the way to our supervolcano, Lake Taupo. What is the closest mountain to me? I mean, major one, Rupehu. But currently I live on the Kapiti coast, so I live near Kapiti Island. But I believe, if I was to use, proper, Tereo, I can't remember the wording for it, but if I was to use Tereo, I would have to say Rupehu. Because that's, my birth mountain. But yeah, here you go. Here's the 2 islands of New Zealand. And realize that, like, all of this here is just an Alps. Completely mountainous. Let's see. Detailed map. Maybe that'll give us a better idea. Oh, here we go. This is kind of good. Damn, see? Oh, well, it's a little bit behind the thing. South Island. I don't know what my current closest one is. That's a good point. Probably look that up if I end up getting asked for my thing. I'll just keep saying what is it again? You use provinces or states? They call them regions. But I believe it comes under provinces. The term for it? No. I can't remember. I fill it out every fucking time when I'm ordering something from America, is because they have very specific things. I'd have to look. But it's delegated as New Zealand region city. If you were to go down the track. Which region is the best? Fuck, I know. I mean, I grew up in Manawatu, and Manawatu is pretty fun. But it's just farmland, so, you know. It's got, like, some pretty cities. That's better. If you were asking me what I think's the best, I don't think I could answer that, just because it's too... I haven't traveled New Zealand enough. A lot of rural. Well, I mean, New Zealand is a... Okay, so maybe this is something that, like, a lot of people don't realize outside of New Zealand, because we know this because we fucking do it. We supply 1/3 of the world's dairy. So I'll let you figure out if we're rural or not. We supply the majority of dairy produce that China requests, as well as forestry. So no country in the world is actually anywhere near as influential as we are when it comes to that stuff. So it's not that we're Oceania's Portugal, we're the world's thing. Nobody compares to us on that sort of scale. How'd you beat the US? Because they don't do it. They're not a big dairy industry. They're mostly national with their produce, which is a good and a bad thing. And the fact that they have the different states, right? So certain states do certain things. I know, for example, there's only 3 major areas where chickens are supplied from, like chicken eggs. And that's why in America it's actually a very scary thing, salmonella, and why eggs get stored in fridges over in the US. I know that Portland makes a lot of apples. No, we're dairy. We are primarily dairy and forestry. Those are the 2 major exports. The next highest, if not higher than those technically, because we don't know, because it's hard to track, is actually software. New Zealand's a massive software industry. Surprisingly enough, a lot of games have gone through us. In some way. You need to have some good funds for farming? Not really. We have a really shit economy. Because we sell everything overseas and buy stuff from overseas. In fact, we don't actually see a lot of the beef that we produce in New Zealand because it's sold at a premium overseas. We actually get most of like my beef mince that I would get is actually from Australia, which is why when there was the big kerfuffle when they found horse and then later kangaroo meat mixed in with the beef mince, that affected New Zealand quite hugely because we were also getting that same meat. That's the life of isolated countries. Yeah, we have to do shipping. It's our only main economy. Especially when COVID hit and it destroyed our tourism, which was a huge part of our economy. It completely decimated New Zealand's economic structure. And it was already a fucking shite structure. Very fragile. The wind could have blown it over and then COVID did more than the wind. What's your tourism like? It's very major because we're one of the few countries in the world that has as much bush as we do. And we've also got like a lot of historical sites that are kind of interesting. We're actually a very young nation in all consideration, because when I went to Japan, that was one of the things I loved the most, was going through the museums there and seeing stuff that was like more than just 500 years old. Like New Zealand, you're gonna be fucking pressed to find anything that's like older than 200 years. But we have like old stuff. We actually used to have one of the wonders of the world, but it's now underwater. And yeah, I mean, like Rotorua is one place that a lot of people go because it's one of the more like interesting is it geothermal? No, it's got something else. I can't remember, but geoactive environments. You got some cool museums? Yeah, we've got some decent ones. Like we've got Te Papa and such, which are pretty cool. It's internationally high scale museum. Let's see. What does the thing pass through as? Is it just index or is it the full ability? Character index. So I need to do character index, do this to this character list dot assist dot name. You got any, you could recommend on what island to stay if you'd go to New Zealand, any region with bad infrastructure or something? So if I was to recommend people coming to New Zealand, my kind of like first statement would be, you'd probably want to stay in Auckland for a little bit, get an experience of kind of what that's like, because that's basically just Sydney. It's a big city. They're all the fucking same around the world. Get an experience of that, get a little bit of an idea of some things. Go to Rotorua, then go to New Plymouth maybe for a little bit. Then stay in Wellington for a little bit, then go to the top of the South Island and like Picton, then go down to Queensland or Queenstown, fucking whatever, and then pretty much end your trip. You might want to go to Christchurch for a bit to see what that's like, because it is a cool historical place. A lot of people tell you to go to Dunedin. Not going to say that myself. Not really impressed by it. There's also Invercargill, but that's not interesting. So Southern Island. I mean, like, so far Auckland and all that stuff, that's North Island. Basically, the recommendations I had of Auckland to Wellington, that's all North Island. Then South Island, you start in Picton and you go down. I wouldn't say too much in South Island because most of that is just mountains. But the places to go there are awesome. Auckland first, Wellington later? Yeah. Well, I mean, like, that's probably how you're going to come into New Zealand. Auckland's where our larger international airport is. It's where most international stuff comes from. You can go to, like, Oz from Wellington, and you can go to a few places from Wellington, but mostly Auckland. If you're coming in, you come in Auckland, stay in Auckland for a bit. Go to Rotorua, then go to New Plymouth. Maybe stay in Taupo for a little bit. Taupo's kind of cool. But I definitely would say you'd get... Most of the places outside of like Rotorua and shit, you're going to probably get bored in the first like day. There's not that amazing stuff, unless you're really into bush. And then at that point, you'll travel a lot. Like, I still love my hometown, Palmerston North. Got shat on really badly when we had the international teams come here, like a couple years back, because the women's team for something, I can't remember what it was off the top of my head, they were delegated to stay in Palmerston North, and they left after the first day because they were bored. And realistically, that is what it was. They made arguments. We all knew it was because they were bored. And immediately after that, there was this big, like, statement of, there's so many interesting things to do in Palmerston North, like Tempin bowling, and walk in the bush, and walk in this other bush, and... There's not that many interesting things to do in that place. It's shit. It's not good for, anything. It's a pass-through town, for a reason. Or a pass-through city. I hate that place. They have this whole thing where they're like, we want to feel like a town, but we're a city. So it means that they keep really flat and spread really, really wide, and it means that their infrastructure is horrendously bad. So many of its streets are like still really old-fashioned and cannot handle the things that they'd go through. You got any larger forests? We're all large forests. We're a forestry country as well as a dairy country. We've got a lot of native bush. It's really cool, but yeah. I mean, if maybe this will give you a better idea. New Zealand has a legal requirement to have greenery on every property. So every house, anything has to have at least a bit of stretch of grass, if not a tree or two. That is a requirement that is enforced by most councils. Regional councils and stuff like that. Solar punk. Hell yeah. We have, I mean, like, that's the other thing with the Manawatu region. Manawatu has, like, a shitload of wind turbines, so we got used to them. was all on the hills. We also had the Manawatu River go through Palmy, which, to give you an idea, I think it's still ranked as like the 3rd most polluted river in the world. I grew up in that river. I grew up swimming around in that river. It was great. Really good. If you ever wanted another reason why that shit's disgusting. Alright, if you're good at software, then why don't you hire some local experts? Because I don't have money. It's not because I don't want to, it's because I don't have money. We've said this before. I live fucking week by week on my fucking money. I don't have savings. The only savings I got at the moment is for my trip. And I'm still looking at moving sometime before the end of the year. Like, it's not even big bugs. It's, I can't even pay someone like $10 a week if I wanted to. Especially when this game is not going to make money. I can't justify just throwing money that I could use to feed myself at something. It's a surprising concept, I know. Who would have thought? How about your education, by the way? So I literally worked under New Zealand's at the time only, and I think he's now retired, educational historian, so I know a lot about New Zealand's education. It's definitely up there, but it's not that great anymore. It just deteriorated a lot over the last 8 years, especially. If I was to take a kid, if I could pick a country to get a kid taught in, I don't know if I'd pick New Zealand anymore. It's not great for a lot of things. But that's like, if money wasn't an option situation, right? I mean, you learn a lot more life skills than a lot of other countries, but you also don't learn as much. So you miss out on actual definitive skills that are useful. Because we're too busy being scared of the word failure. So they teach you to not like failure and not understand what it is and process it. If you're given an offer to work in the EU or the US, would you pick it and move? Depends on the job, is the short answer. US, I've got hesitation on, especially with how fucking awful some of their, like, immigration is. And EU, I don't know if there's... I mean, I'd kind of like the idea of going to the EU, but I don't think I'd want to stay there long term. I still love New Zealand, and long term, if I was to pick somewhere to live, New Zealand's still probably the top of my list. But if I was given a job offer, it depends, again, on the job. If it's good paying and good benefits, then probably. But if it's just like, hey, do you want an intern job? He's too proud of the bushes to leave. I don't know. I mean, it's just the social atmosphere, the cultural things. It's just, I like New Zealand for a lot of that. That's why I actually like Japan a lot, because they have a lot of attachment to their culture. Their culture is very important to them. New Zealand's getting more and more like that, and that's what actually would drive me to go to that stuff. And I'm gonna be honest, Europe, especially like British, for example, history, yeah, it's really attached to their fucking culture in a sense, but like it's also being a bunch of dicks. So, you know, not as interesting to me. I grew up as a European in New Zealand, so because we're considered New Zealand Europeans because I'm white descent. I'm like four or five generations deep New Zealand. We're fairly new. We stayed in Australia for a bit. There's actually a few streets named after my family. Trace us all the way back from Ireland on my mother's side. I don't know my father's side outside that he's Welsh. And I go all the way back to Ireland. I actually have... there is a... what are they called again? Coat of arms for my family? I didn't get it though, because I have an uncle that had kids, and they got it. I mean, I will disagree with that in the sense that, like, Germany's one of the ones that I actually think is really cool. There's a lot of good stuff there. They've done a lot of cool innovation. There is some problems in some of it, mind you, but not much. France, I don't really... It's a tourist thing, especially when you're speaking, like, Paris. And it's just... I don't like some of the cultural personalities that get born from those sorts of places. I actually probably want to shit on, like, Britain, London, like, those sorts of areas more, if anything, for personality. If we're being serious. And... yeah. Like, if I was to go to Europe, I would want to go to history sites, and Germany has a lot of really cool history sites. You could pretty much get a tutoring job at Forker Polytechnic's uni. Got a few friends, but they get paid good. Yeah, I mean, like, that's the thing, right, is, not... Again, this is going to possibly come off as bragging. I hope it doesn't. I had a lot of connections while I was at university. If I wanted to go overseas and teach somewhere as a tutor or a lecturer, there was an option. I didn't, because I didn't really want to go overseas at the time. That was partly because I was still busy focusing on what my ex wanted to do. And she was still trying to figure it out. Now you could make an argument against that, but now I'm in a situation where the only thing that's actually got me locked down is this cat that's sit on my lap right now. Once that's out of the picture, like, I have no attachments to being locked anywhere anymore. The only requirement I would care about is internet and being able to probably continue developing games and maybe streaming. Outside of that, wouldn't care where I ended up, really. Like to also hang out with friends if I could, but, you know. I might start looking at, like, the JET program again, because I did apply for that a couple of times. Thought it would be an interesting one-year experience. Come to Canada, we got faster internet. Oh, well, you sold me there already, pretty much. I don't think there's anything wrong with Canada as well. I think Canada looks cool. There's not much to do there, though, other than, like, go to, like, 2 or 3 places, and that's about it. I can't speak much to the history stuff, because I actually don't know too much about Canada's, like, long-term history, admittedly. They get quite dwarfed, by the US, in that sense. So everyone just talks about the US. I do know a bit about it, but admittedly, I'm gonna openly say this. Most of the knowledge I have on Canada probably comes from South Park, so that says a lot. Nature stuff on West Coast, oh, that tempts me. Canada is a young country. Yeah, that's the main thing, right? Same with, like, New Zealand in that sense. The difference is New Zealand had a native people and we didn't fucking exterminate them, which is a fucking rarity for the white people. They got the gist of it. Yeah, that's basically what I would expect, right? It's like there's 4 or 5 main places to go and see shit, and that's about it. And most of it's like that one place where everything's filmed. It's cold in Canada? Well, that's even more tempting to me. I would prefer a cold place than a hot place. If I was to live in Japan, I'd want to live like slightly northern. Not fully northern, but slightly northern. Not Sapporo north, because that sounds like it's going to be a horrendous experience, but... Nah, like, I much prefer colder country and colder temperature. That's why I'm really hating New Zealand again at the moment, because we're starting to, like, lock back up into summertime. Which that would probably be the thing that fucks me up the most going to the northern hemisphere, like, long term. Is, like, the idea that end of year is winter. You have no idea how weird that is to me now. I've managed to, like, disconnect from media constantly telling me it's got to snow in winter. It's like, dude, no, it's going to be thundering if there's going to be a cloud. What? Fun fact, Canada is one of the few countries with every biome in it. God damn. I mean, we've got a fair few. I'm trying to think. I don't think we've got every biome. We've got every fucking season in a day, though. That's one of our things that we have going for us. Better or worse. Got mountains, sand, desert, plains, Arctic, etc. Let's see. We have desert. We've got desert road. We have beaches, obviously. We have plains. We have swamps. We have mountains, yeah. Arctic, kinda. Forest, yeah. Sanders and beach, yeah. Then probably on the same sort of argument, because yeah, we have fucking everything, yeah. It's great. The blessing and the curse that it is. Most likely Arctic locks out a lot of countries for that short list. True. For us, we have some Arctic-ish territory, but not like proper Arctic is the thing. That's why I say that, like, it's just... We've got some, not all. High on the list, though. But Arctic, yeah, would definitely look out most countries. Listen, you won't believe our climate. What is it then? Go on. We can get a warm winter with rain all at the same time. Yeah, well, I mean, New Zealand has a song called 4 Seasons in a Day. I'm very used to that kind of stuff. That's why I got thrown off so badly when I went to Japan and the the weather stayed the same somewhat for a day. Right? Like, throughout the day, it was basically the same thing. It's like, oh, it's clear skies. Oh, well, that'll fix itself by in a few hours. Typically here, it's like, what? Morning cloud, maybe a little bit before lunch with clear sky, maybe piss down with rain at some point. I mean, I'm expecting a storm in the next day or two. Like, pretty harsh storm here, because it's been, like, the heat that's coming is the sign of a thunderstorm. Pretty bad one, so maybe I won't be here for it. It'll be on Sunday, and I'll be out of town. It's like just that all year. It's just slightly varying of temperature. Our seasons are very meld together. And then like randomly we'll get a fucking drought for 2 years or something like that. I think that's the one back in like the 2010s. That was a real horrible time because then we immediately got like rain at one point and it rained for like a month straight and it just destroyed so much stuff. We got some bad flooding at that point. I mean, I still love how I can say this very, like, weirdly. I have lived through 2 50-year floods and 100-year flood. And if you're wondering, that's how often they're supposed to occur. So yeah, I've lived through a fair bit of stuff. New Zealand's like Waterworld. On a good day. That's a bit of a weird one, yeah, explaining it like that, because it's like, how did you live through 2 50-year floods when they're supposed to happen every 50 years? And I'm not 50 before someone fucking says it. It's because, like, it just randomly happened, like, 2 years apart. It was weird. Would Americans care? I don't know, maybe. I mean, people find that interesting. Language tutorials. We're definitely in an era where people are more willing to learn just random languages and pick up that as a thing. That's why Duolingo is so successful. That, and it also gamifies it, which is really good. I can't speak for Americans, though. I can just speak on general. I'd visit Poland. I mean, Poland's on the list of places I'd like to see, but like, the shorthand is my list is basically everywhere in the world, so it's kind of hard to just value it at that point, right? Like, high on the list is I would love to go to Germany. That's probably the highest on my list. Germany is definitely one of the places I'd love to go to. Outside of that, maybe Netherlands. Then China is up there, like Hong Kong specifically. I'd definitely like to go back to Japan, but I don't really want to add in ones that I've already been to. I'd like to go to some of the Pacific Islands, like, that would be kind of cool. There's a few that are very interesting. Go to the Marshall Islands or something like that. Lunami is a Polish VTuber. I know there's a lot of... I mean, like, that's the thing, right? There's VTubers from all over. Some don't even say where they're from. Just the fucking hard to track part. I'm still sad that there's no, like, large-scale New Zealand VTuber yet. There's been a couple Australians. You got, like, Bay and shit like that. But not really. Because Bay and Sana were both Australian, I believe. I could teach about Polish People's Republic history, for instance. Pretty weird, but rad on how it did evolve in the USSR times. Could even incorporate historical footage. Yeah. I mean, it's always an interesting one, especially hearing from, like, perspective that is potentially a little bit more close to home. Right? I mean, that's what I did with doing my research on New Zealand education. That's a big thing, right? Because that's the thing, right? Is so New Zealand's educational history includes a lot of European, because we were very heavily influenced by the European educational movements, and we in fact also influenced European educational movements quite a bit. The reason why the schools are a bit more libertarian in Europe, specifically in like British, English countries, is because of New Zealand. We influence quite a lot for such a small little nation. To be fair, I could also tell you that, did you know why the atomic bomb exists? It's because of New Zealand. We were the first to split the atom. We also were the first to climb Mount Everest. We technically were the first to create a flying machine. However, the news of it took so long and they didn't really give a shit about it that the Wright brothers got published first. There's all sorts. New Zealand is a really, really weirdly influential country. Canada has maple syrup. To be fair, that is pretty fucking good. I do like my maple syrup from time to time. And basketball. Wait, did Canada come up with basketball, or is that just a common thing there? Because that'd be kind of fucking cool if that was the case. Oh, trench warfare. Trench warfare comes from New Zealand. Yeah, not even kidding. One of the most influential war archetypes for the world wars comes from New Zealand. Basketball was invented in Canada. That's fucking cool. That's a cool thing to have under your belt for inventing. We were the first to discover refined oil. That makes sense. Yeah, it's kind of cool. But yeah, no. New Zealand, surprisingly, for how like out of the way we are and how new we are, we influenced a lot of things. To be fair, we're also the first, and I think only real technical treaty of duality. Like dual, what is it? Dual ownership treaty? No, dual governance, sorry. Dual governance treaty. Because if you're wondering what I mean by that, is in most cases it's a subservience sort of thing, where they'll come in and they're like, okay, we own this place, fuck you. New Zealand was the first instance of that actually not fully being the case, but kind of still being the case. Because the two different written versions of things, so there's Te Tiriti o Waitangi, which is the Te Reo, and then there's Treaty of Waitangi, which is the English version. For the longest time, we followed the Treaty of Waitangi. Now we followed the Te Tiriti o Waitangi, which has slightly different wordage, because certain terms didn't translate over at the time. So sovereignty didn't actually, there wasn't a direct word for that in Te Reo. So they used, is it Turanga Mama? Turanga... But something, which basically meant working collectively together. And because of that, most of the signings was done with the Te Tiriti. Since there's that discrepancy, there was an argument made, and this is more recent times, of how because of that, that was actually what they agreed to, so therefore we should agree to use Te Tiriti o Waitangi. Missed out because of sleeping? Do be like that. What do you think of history of Eastern modernization, motorization series idea? Yeah, I could see that being a cool idea. But yeah, so that's there's a lot of cool stuff with New Zealand. The problem is that we gatekeep a lot of our historical knowledge outside of school. Most schools will teach you a little bit about the Treaty of Waitangi, or now Te Tiriti o Waitangi. And then like maybe a little bit of settlement info. Nothing really during the non-treaty times, which was, I mean, I can see why they wouldn't. Nor do they teach about like the land wars that happened in New Zealand, which is pretty fucking messed up as well. Yeah, and then they don't really teach Maori history either. To be fair, there is a bit of a reason, and it's actually a very, very interesting one. I find this fascinating. This is something that's brought up a lot, right, by education academics in New Zealand. Is the difficulty is trying to find that middle grounding point where it's not just a white guy coming in and speaking about the subject, but it's a way of finding like a way of actually getting the curriculum designed correctly, and there's just never been an agreed upon point for that, which is why that's so difficult for New Zealand. Like, that's the main thing. So that's why like land wars have not existed, because they don't want the perspective to be skewed too much of a specific way. And realistically, it's where you get to that whole political sphere of political controlling education, right? Which you might go, wait a minute, what? It's like, all countries do this. They'll set curriculums, and it's because they want to kind of teach people what they want to. They want to get the message across. The European side of New Zealand doesn't really like the idea of the land wars painting the Europeans too poorly, and the Maori don't really like the stuff been painting the Maori too badly. The problem is, both were pretty fucked up during that time. Especially the Europeans, but both were pretty fucked up during that time. And that's kind of like where that big problem comes in. And then when it comes to education, it's a really complex thing, because like before we even were settling here, we were trying to get education here. Like the Europeans were trying to get education here, specifically missionary schools. Which, good and bad to it, good and bad. Again, I actually really respect how the Maori approached the education that was offered. I just really hate how the education was offered. So the idea with the Maori is, and this is very much a cultural idea, is use whatever is going to improve things. Oh, the white man has like technology we don't have, and they're going to teach us? Ooh, we can use this. That is why they even bothered to send their sons and daughters to these missionary schools and European schools. It's because then they could get better stuff. The problem was, these European schools were so fucking racist that they basically tried to kill Maori culture. Especially when they tried to urbanize Maori and get them ripped away from their own land. Which was a really bad thing. And this is where like the big deals of talking about sovereignty and like a coality or duality of governance came in really, really hard. Let's see, I'm doing University Pro Road, running a campaign for the next week, and I have 2 videos at the end of the month. That sounds fun. Nobody would spot the difference. Pink would get it. Okay. Oh, it crashed. The car ended upside down. I've been in upside down cars before after crash. It's never fun. Hurt my shoulder from that quite a bit. I wasn't allowed to do gymnastics for a while because of it at one point. I was very upset. Apparently being in a car crash means you're not allowed to do like gym. Like PE and yeah, just general phys ed stuff. You weren't allowed to do phys ed if you were in a car crash. Fucking hated it. To be fair, it was probably good that I didn't, because like it was a shoulder fuck up and I would have been doing rings, which are the like you hold and do flips and weird shit in, which would mean that I would have probably torn something and actually just caused permanent damage for the rest of my life. So probably wise they told me not to, but I was definitely upsetty spaghetti. I was more upset at the fact that like I basically missed out on all of the gymnastics stuff that we do, and then we started doing like rugby again or footy and shit like that, and I had to participate in that because I'd kind of healed up by then. I hate those sports. I played rugby when I was a kid because every fucking New Zealander does. It sucks. To be fair, I think I've played more games than the average New Zealander, like professionally. Well, sort of professionally. I did Milo cricket, which is what you do when you're a kid. I did rugby, I did netball, I did small ball rifle shooting, and I think I did one other thing. So, I was in a high-speed crash, just sneeze. Training would end him, goddamn, yeah. I did shooting, yes, I did shooting. Small ball rifle shooting with .22 ammunition. Down is it a 20 meter range? It wasn't big, I remember that. So, yeah. I mean, it's only .22. It's... You got any high scores? I don't have them with me anymore, I don't think. Give me a sec. No. So fun thing. Because of the way the small ball rifle shooting was set up, I wasn't actually allowed to use my glasses, and I'm a short-sighted person. Alright, so I couldn't see the range. I had to do it all off like feel and eventually just getting really good at it. I would near perfect bullseye every shot by the end of it. And there were people in there that had been there for 5 years. I'd been there for a month or two. And I couldn't see the target properly. I was that good at shooting. How? Just that good. It's, you might go like that's me sounding like I'm talking out my ass. I actually had for the longest time a stack about that thick of targets that I would do the shooting, and you could see me start at like the 50s range and then go into the hundreds for thing. So I would, because you get center point and then you get bullseye point. Now how this one was for me is so you'd get like 4 at the top, 4 at the bottom, and then either 2 on the sides or 1 in the center. And what you would do for warm-up is you would hit one of the center ones 3 times, do the top row, do the middle one again for 3 times, and then do the bottom row. I would consistently, for the triple one, make a like circle point on the bullseye that looks like this. And this is not even a joke. So it's like, you got the circle here, there's the bullseye point here. This is how the bullet shape would look most of the time on the shot chart. All of this was shot through. That is how accurate I was at shooting at range, without being able to see. And we're talking, these targets are about that big. They're not big. Not big at all. Like, yeah. That's pretty cool. It was something I was surprised I was very good at, yeah. It's like, what, they were like 3 centimeter radii, sort of things. Like, they were very small. Clay pigeon size, big and smaller than that, but a long shot, what? No, like genuinely, if you take, here's a horrible example that I'm going to use. So this cup here, right? GamerSup's cup. If you've got one of these or got something similar to this, you'll understand. It's smaller than the bottom circle there sometimes. That's what I would be targeting. And realize that tiny little center point, that's the size of the bullseye. You have to dead on remove the dot from the center to get a bullseye perfectly. That's how small those targets were, and we're talking quite a good range. I think it was 20-25 meters. I might be wrong, might have been longer. I think one of the times I went for a 50-meter range and I still did it fine. I only did it for a few months though, because I couldn't afford to keep going. It's like fucking, was it like $10 per time? And I did that like once a week. I also, they kept saying like you need to go get your own gun at this point, because like get my own gun and gun license, because I was doing it only within range, which is safe. This is legally fine, by the way. I want to stress, this is all completely how the legal stuff works. That gun was not mine. It would be locked in safes. All that's fine. The thing is, I would only be able to touch it in a certain setting, and I wasn't supposed to really handle the ammunition. I did. May have nicked a bullet or two for funsies, but hey. Didn't go down that path. I'm gonna be honest, of all the paths I'm slightly sad I never went down, it was actually the gymnastics one. Because I was getting to a point where I was doing practice for if I wanted to actually go and do it. Like at things, at events. I was doing routines that you would see like low-end Olympics do. Like, I was genuinely doing quite well with that. I really enjoyed it. I still do. I would love to have the opportunity to go be able to do rings more. But I just getting older and not really many places that just let you do the rings. That would have probably been my favorite thing. I mean, I did ballet when I was a kid as well. That was always a fun one. Good drawing. Yeah. I like this is where I say, like, even not including some of my dark history, my lighter side of my life, like the more normal things, I have wild shit that I've done. I tried to do my best to like go experience a bunch of shit. I think I did a good job of that. The problem is that I have a darker side of my life as well that I've experienced. So if you think like some of the shit I've just explained now sounds wild, realize that's the stuff I feel like I can talk about without getting in trouble. I grew up in a very dodgy neighborhood. That's all you really need to know from that side of things. The lights turn on, you've got to be inside, because that's when the dealers came out. You have a question about the darker side? I will only say what I feel is fine to say. That's how I always approach it, right? A lot of that is mostly behind me now, so. I mean, one of the things I was talking about with a bunch of people recently, this is public knowledge. I did get into fights when I was younger, and I'm not even kidding. There were, like, there is actual moments where I lived, and if I try and explain them, they sound like I'm telling a story from a shonen, like, old school shonen manga. Like, there was, like I said, I lived near the river, so there was genuinely sometimes I would fight near the river, and it was out of respect things. It was fucking hysterical. Got my head cracked open a couple of times, it was good. Who backstab and you got jumped? I've been jumped a few times, been stabbed a few times. And backstab, I mean, physically and metaphorically, yes, to both. But yes, I have been stabbed. The main stab that I told people about was one, and this is just because of the fucking funniness of it, is I was on the way to work at Macca's, and I got stabbed on the way. And when the people got there to like take me away to the hospital and the police and stuff like that, I basically went to the ambulance thing. They're like, okay, so we want to take you. And I was like, give me this, this, and this. And they're like, yeah, okay. I stitched myself there and then, and I walked to work. They're like, you do realize we can't like charge this dude if you don't come with us properly, right? And I'm like, yeah, I don't care. I need to go to work. I don't have, they're not gonna fucking excuse me. They're treating me like shit, so I just went to work, and I went to work while having a fucking just freshly stitched up stab wound. So that was one of my more wild stories of getting stabbed. That was only a few years back too. That was great. I say a few years back, it was a while back. But anyway. Have you ever fist-fighted a drunk hobo to protect random teens from him? I fist-fighted drunken hobos. Don't think I've done it for protecting other people, other than some mates, I think, one time. But, you know. Also fought drugged up people. That's much scarier, by the way. Got any cool scars? I've got a few, but most of them are faded now, and shit, like... That's how the life works. I've got, like, a bunch on my hands and stuff still, but not much on my body anymore. And I'm not gonna really show them on stream without getting in trouble, right? So, cool story, but that is so medically dangerous. Yes. I mean, there's the time I got my head cracked open, stitched it together as best I could, and went to work as well, and was literally at work swaying side to side with a bandage over here, just because I was like, well, I'll hide it. And they're like, are you okay? And I'm like, no, don't ask. And they're like, okay. I want to be paid. Leave me alone. I mean, I've got scars still under my hair quite a bit. One of them gets opened up kind of on a semi-regular basis on this side, I think. It's really fucking annoying. Imagine I had a face scar from a car accident. Now somewhat faded. I mean, I've got, yeah, like I said, I've got scars all over. And most of them are faded, right? That's just, yeah, telling death. Ah, dude, I've done some pretty stupid shit in my time. Right, like, I stand by this. My life is a great description of don't do this. We actually go into things. And I have a collarbone scar that isn't faded. Yeah, like, I've got... I think it's... Which hand is it? There's one scar, and I'm not kidding, it was from a cat. Yeah, there's a scar I got from a cat, and that's, like, not faded fully. I think it's over here. Yeah, it's kind of covered over by here. That it hasn't faded yet. I've got, like, stab wounds that have faded. I don't know what the fuck's going on with my body. Like, I also had chemical burns. I think it was on this arm. There was chemical burn for ages. That's more or less faded now. Don't ask. Again, like, there's some things. I've lived a more fulfilling life than I thought I should have. Got punched a few times and went to the hospital to get checked. I can't imagine not going after that injury. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I want to stress, these stories I'm giving, I do not do these things. I did this because, so especially when I was working, my mentality was, I don't have enough sick leave for this. I'm not gonna, like, they will not pay me out unless I go. I need to go to work. I need to pay. I need to get the money. Otherwise I'm gonna fuck die. So what's better, me potentially dying and going to work and suffering through that, or me, like, not being able to eat at all and dying that way? I prefer to go to work and take my chances. Right. I mean, I still have, like, plenty of stuff to stitch myself back up if I need to, yeah. Like, this is literally within less than arm's reach distance. There's a bunch of, there's mostly bandages, but there's a bunch of fucking other stuff in there. Pins, threading, scissors, special patching points for dealing with chemical points, stuff like that. And I've got other stuff around the place as well. I've lived how it goes, right? You got any allergies? Not that I know of. My only scars are burn on my hand and cuts on your feet from stepping on nails a couple of times. Oh god. I hope you got a fucking tinnitus shot, right? Didn't get anything from that. 'Cause that's always scary. Yes, I know what I just said and what we've just talked about sounds really amazingly different. This is how I work. I concern with others, not with myself. But yeah, no, to my knowledge, no allergies. Haven't had a tetanus shot in a few months, fair. Always good to kind of keep that shit going. I think I've only had one tetanus shot in my life as well. The thing. Should probably double check that. Most of my injuries come from physical labor. Yeah, I understand that. I mean, I've talked about this before. So fun fact, my thumbs, the joints in there have arthritis. Thanks, Maccas. I love you. I'm not even kidding. It was the fucking source guns. You do that shit like at excess and hundreds of times an hour. Like, no, sorry, let me correct. Nearly thousands of times an hour, potentially. For hours on end and days on end. Surprisingly enough, repetitive task really fucks you up. Especially when, like, the stuff in my joints is already fucked to begin with, because my genetics suck ass. My dad cut his thumb off an axe while cutting wood. Fucking jeez. Okay, that's kind of fucking spicy. Holy shit, that's a... He had 3 doses after an accident. That makes sense, though, yeah. Damage to the bone was too severe to reattach. Ah, that's really unfortunate. Far out. It's gotta throw you off a lot not having a thumb on one hand. Here's a half thumb. Okay, so it's at least something there, but yeah, still, like, that's gonna be rough. Oh. Can't even hitchhike well. Got allergies on everything a bit. 100% is birch and then mixed grasses. Oish. God, sign to be a VTuber. Yeah. Fucking mix allergies on grass. Can't touch grass, therefore you're a VTuber. Well done. But yeah, no, it's wild, some of the stuff that, like, you experience in life. I mean, I've said this before, and this is maybe a sign of kind of like, this is probably as deep I'm gonna go with some of this information on the dark side of my life. I made a rule to experience everything that I could understand. Like, experience everything ever, to understand it, right? Anything under the sun that I could get my hands on, I would, experience. And that isn't a good thing to do. To an extent, it's a good philosophy. You should experience as much as you can. But there are some things that are very dangerous to experience, and you shouldn't. And that's when you should just listen to people's advice on that. Question about that. Did you have hard drugs, yes or no? Legally, I'm going to not answer that question. And that should give you enough of an answer. Because New Zealand's actually got quite aggressive laws on hard drugs. And also, platforms don't really like talking about that as well. Twitch and YouTube. Well played, yeah. How to answer something without answering, it's always a good time. That's why I say, like, life has been a very interesting life. For good or bad, good and bad. This is why I complain so much, because I've got a weird-ass body that things don't stay in it correctly. It's why, like, if I go for anesthetics, for surgeries and stuff like that, they have to pump me through, like, well above the legal allowance, because my body just processes it so perfectly. And just filters that shit out. That's why I don't get drunk easily. It's fucking annoying. I've never actually smoked a cigarette. Only thing like that is drinking alcohol for you. That's fair. I mean, I wouldn't recommend it. It's not that great of an experience. Like, most of my cigarette smoking that I've ever done is socially, right? And that's like, I'm already probably drinking at the time. But no, like, I'm not even kidding. When I was younger, and this is before legal age, I will openly admit to, because I can say this because it's fine. I would get challenged to drinking competitions, and my rule was if you supplied the bottle, I would come to your competition. Like, because everyone wanted to win against me because they found out that I have a really good tolerance. So my rule as well was if we didn't finish the bottle and I won, I would take it home. Needless to say, I didn't have to pay for alcohol for ages. It was great. And no, I didn't lose. And no, that's not a good thing. A lot of people got into really bad situations from that. But yeah, it's always weird. Always wild. That's why I make the whole, like, live a fulfilling life if best you can. But do it safely if possible. That's why I also understand people don't want to do certain things. I was so drunk that I don't remember, but apparently at a party I kept following my friends and stopping them from smoking by words and force. Far out. Just drunk anti-smoke zombie. Gotta love that shit sometimes. It's kind of funny. Like, no, you can't do that. I've seen it a good bit. It is not an uncommon thing. It's very funny though. Man, I can't wait to get completely fucking destroyed on Saturday. Or Sunday, sorry. It's gonna be funny. It's gonna be a long time since I've drunk, like, excessively and socially like that. I'm gonna have so much fun. Need to figure out what alcohol I'm taking though. Probably something cheap. For me, having a fulfilling life is giving some value, having aspirations, and pushing smart and hard for changing your decision. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, that's why I say, like, fulfilling life is I'm just filling it up, right? Filling it up with as much experiences and life as possible. Now I'm at an age where I have to be a little bit more cautious on what I fill it up with, and I'm just keeping that in mind. That's about it. Yeah, that's basically all it is. I say that, I'm gonna get fucking completely buy like fucking 24 pack of fucking bottles, drink all of that on Sunday. If I can even get through all of that, that's a lot of alcohol. Depends how long I'm awake for. And then like was it 2 weeks or so, 2 or 3 weeks, I go up to Auckland and drink a bunch as well. Can't wait to see how fucked up I get from all of that. I'm sure my body will be fine. It's very good at dealing with that shit. See if I get a fucking hangover for the first time in years. Actually, when was the last time I get a hangover? I don't really get hangovers. It's really annoying. Same with the whole drunk thing, right? Yeah, no, I can't think of the last time. Never drunk, always drinking. Yeah, that's basically what it is. To be fair, I'll say this very openly. The moment I can, like, afford to live in a slightly better situation, expect I'll have more alcohol on hand. And I'll definitely be going to more, like, fellow parties. That's why I kind of want to move back to the town where everyone's hanging out, where all my friends are. Or most of my friends are. You can't have a hangover if you're always drunk. Exactly. No, like, this is why, like, maybe this will explain things better. When I'm drinking, if, like, after about an hour, I'll get, like, a ping of a headache quickly, and it will disappear almost instantly. That is, I think, what a hangover is for me. It's just a subtle little extra headache than what I normally deal with. For a quick moment. It's mildly upsetting. I kind of want to experience what a normal human being experiences, man. Why do I have this weird fucking body that's like superhuman in some regards and completely dog shit in the rest? Like my adrenaline limiters and stuff like that are fucked completely as well, right? Have I talked about them? You know how like the human body has limiters in place, right? And they can soften up a little bit when adrenaline spikes through your body? Because if you actually were using more than like the small percentage of your strength that you can, you'd tear your ligaments. Yeah, guess whose like brain doesn't have that working correctly? Since an early age, I'd just fucking tear shit. That's why, like, I think I scared some people one time because, like, they're like, oh, let's get the car jack. I'm like, oh, fucking pick up the car. It'll be fun. Lifted it up. It's not good to do, but I was young and stupid, and I was like, fucking pop my arm out of place. It'll be fine. Ah, it's dislocated. Oh, well. Short lifetime superhuman powers, at least some. Yeah, it's kind of like that. It's basically what's going on. It's weird. I don't understand this body, and neither did the doctors. And now I'm getting diagnosed with spicy nostalgia. Fucking wonder why. One day I'll make good decisions. The funny side of that is just nah. Hope I'll be in here on stream in like 10 years with you. Yeah, it's always the hope. Can always hope that like I'll get that random spike up eventually. That means I can make streaming my full-time job. That would be cool. And then just like I can use that to just, I don't know, make more games, make more fun things. That'd be nice. Make more games. I tell y'all to make more games. I want to make more games. Brain can't process all this data at once. What do you mean? Have I overloaded you with my weirdness that my person is? Admittedly, it is a very weird human being that I am. I don't function like the normal. It's great, but bad. It's weird. We're all weird in our own ways, though. It's the severe we deserve, not wanted. It sounds like I'm a fucking insult. YouTube censored previous comment. Oh, I see. I think that's why we're here. Yeah. Makes sense. It's what you deserve. Suffering. Fantastic. Exactly. This one. Oh god, it's another fucking VTubers tier list done by VTubers. What is this one? VTubers in a horror movie. Oh boy. That'll be a spicy one. Merely adopted the weird. I was born into it. I merely adopted the weird. I was born into it, molded by it, shaped by the weirdness. I'm shutting down little by little. To be fair, I probably should call it soon. I'm just kind of like leaving it because when I shut down for today, the stream, I'm gonna like, I mean, I'm gone for 3 days, right? So you gotta have fun with me while you can. You gotta do some cameo, like a game title in some of your future games, Fantastic Six or something like that. We'll see, we'll see. I mean, there's plenty of weird memes that I plan on adding to other games in the future. We'll see what we can do though. Oh. To be fair, I think people are going to be weirded out when I add one feature to this game. I'm planning on adding karaoke, and it's going to be like a fucking Guitar Hero thing. And before someone asks, it's because Yakuza, right? Gotta do this shit. Yeah, no, I'm adding Yakuza karaoke to the game when I can. I've been like pseudo programming that in my head for a fucking year at this point. I think I know how I'll do it, but I'll need to like do so much manual work for that. It's gonna be a nightmare to program. But a whole disco? Oh god, are we gonna have fucking the Yakuza 0 song? I can't remember what it is. Have work at 8, so in 6 hours? Fucking hell, Jesus. We need a dance party mini game? Maybe, we'll see. I'm definitely doing the karaoke one though. We'll see about that, see about more later. But I do have mini games planned, and again, it's why I was like a little upset when holocure released its like kind of the Hollow House, because I'm sitting there like, motherfucker, I wanted to do this shit. Now everyone's gonna say I'm copying you even more than I was originally. Fuck. No, I blame Yakuza. I love Yakuza. We're doing Yakuza minigames. I'm gonna program in so many fucking stupid little things. You have no idea. This game's gonna be filled with crap. And then someone's gonna like message me, go, why don't you make this its own game? And then I'm like, Also, my ears just completely fucking died just then. What the hell? Ah. I got fucking the ear damage of flashbang just then. Holy shit. Love that. To add kart racing. Oh, we could do that actually. That'd be funny. That'd be like the big ass Yakuza reference. And if I do all of these, you're gonna like the best character in all of them that you're always gonna have to face is Kaysen. It's just like, I've been playing all of these way too fucking much. Imagine it as a separate game. I don't like racing games. I do many things for it, but not as a racing game. I don't know, man. I've never enjoyed racing games, even when I was like playing them back on the Game Boy and shit. It's just not my speed. I don't like that shit. It's weird. That's why I suck ass at like any mini game that's kind of like that in any capacity. Even if it's just the simple one of like, y'all know these racing games. These racing games are the fucking ones I grew up with, right? Where it's just like a road with 3 things in it, and you would just be driving along and you need to dodge the car on this side or on this side here and then here and yada yada yada. Color Advanced? My mate had Advanced, I think it was. The one he played, that he had, and I played it. I didn't own shit when I was younger. The first console I ever got was a PlayStation 2, and that was because I got it secondhand from a friend. Because he had just bought a PS3. Not even kidding. That was the first console I ever owned. To myself. And I still have that PlayStation 2 in my cupboard. No, not on my cupboard, on top of my cupboard. It's a fat PS2 as well. But yeah. No, these fucking race ones, I suck ass. And these are like the only ones I kind of enjoyed. Traffic Racer? Yeah. But I own an original Xbox. I also got that off the mate. Then I bought a 360. I did that working. I got, was it the slim black one? One of the last ones that they did for it. And then I got a PS4 when Dishonored 2 came out. And I was working at the time for that as well. Sell me a PS2. But really, maybe someday will you do a PS2 special stream? I would if the reader worked. I'm pretty sure the reader is fucked on it, which is very common for those ones. I fiddled with it as much as I could. I could probably get someone to repair it at some point. But I would probably have to, it would cost like a fucking shitload. Second was a 360, yeah, that's fair. I mean, I've also bought a Switch and a Nintendo 3DS XL, right? So I think the only laser holder, it's only the laser holder, like the PSX. It's pretty cheap, I remember. Yeah, probably. The problem is it's probably specialty at this point. That's just the issue. Could I get it for cheap? Maybe. But again, it's a fat one, right? So it's the issue. Because there's the screws underneath that you'd fuck with to fix the scanner a little bit at a time. And I've hit the max that they said was acceptable. Went beyond that and I've still tried to push the game a little bit. I mean, I could try at some point. I wouldn't be against trying it, but like I know that my favorite game is completely scratched up, which is Primal, and I don't have Scalar. I don't own Scalar. I know Primal also got a remaster for the PlayStation 3, I think, so I could always try and find that, because I know like the PS4 has backwards compatibility for that. Look for that laser, it'd be affordable and play. Yeah, that's a good point, actually. I could just go to Japan and buy a new PlayStation 2 for fucking cheap. Buy a Slim. It'd be in fucking perfect working order. It would be basically brand new and it would be fucking like 60 bucks. Be great. Get to play all my old games. Yes, hello, Cap. To be fair, like the next time I probably get to go on a trip to like Japan or something would probably be off of like either streaming or a completely new job, right? That was a long discussion. Yeah, I mean, I've basically done most of the programming I wanted to get done today. We've got the menu, the character select started up, and I don't expect to get very far with it today. And like I said, I'm kind of on a wind down anyway. This is normally... I'm gonna probably have a very long break after this. So, maybe you could take some pics in Japan for us. I'm gonna be honest, if I'm streaming at the time and I'm doing it off of stream money, you do realize I'm going to probably stream or record my trip, right? I have the stuff to do, put together a shitty vlog from my previous time I went there. But I'm not gonna bother putting that together anymore, because that's just, it's been too long. Like, I have all of the stuff for it, though, if I needed to. But, like, genuinely, I would, if I go over, especially if I'm still streaming, expect fucking stuff to come back. I'm gonna be honest, I would probably try and reach out to one of the YouTubers over in Japan that are living there, probably like a Gaijin YouTuber, and see if they'd be willing to, like, help me out while I'm there. Talk to, like, fucking Connor or some shit. Vlogging content is easy. Eh. I mean, that's why I say, like, I'd probably see if I can, like, reach out to them, do, like, some streaming while I'm there, and... yada yada yada, right? I'd also be... I want to stress this. Unlike most people, I would basically be, like, calling places before I'd go to them. It's like, would it be okay if I take a video here? Is it okay? Yes, cool. That's why I want to talk to, like, YouTubers that are living over there that are Gaijin, because they'll actually understand where I can go, where I can't go, who to contact, how to contact them best, things like that. And that's what I'd want to do. That's why it's just like, hey, look, I'm willing to pay for fucking everything while I'm here. Take me to a cool place that I preferably can record it. That's the cool thing. By easy, I do mean recording and not the travel and setup. Yeah, I mean, like, that's the thing. When I did mine, I recorded it all off my phone. It's very easy to just use a phone for recording, if you're just doing a vlog, right? If you want to do a high quality, that's a different argument, right? But travel, I mean, if I was to go over to Japan now, how much would it cost for, like, a month? Because I probably want to go for a month. If we take into consideration, it's 2,000, it probably costs like maybe totaling up to like for a single person, 20,000 New Zealand dollars. So 10,000 US dollars. I could probably do a month, maybe just. It depends on how, like, stingy I'm with it all. It's very cheap to go to Japan now. They're opening up a lot of things. Not gonna lie, though, I don't know if anyone here has seen it. The fucking video with Connor and Chris where they fucking rented out a castle. It came out yesterday. It was like 15 US dollars. 15 grand US. I would do that, man. I would love to do that shit. That looks fun as hell. That'd be such a cool experience because it's like all historical and there's a lot of like weaving stuff in and learning from it. That's what I'd want to do. I'd want to do more of that shit. If I was to go back to Japan, especially for streams slash content, I would want to commit more to like learning while I'm there. And because of that, like learning myself and learning for people that would want to go over. Learning how to be respectful, learning all that stuff. That's my big thing. Because there's a couple of things I did while I was there that I know I fucked up, right? And I've learned from that since. There's one thing I did that I can't remember how bad it was, though. Like, recording in a specific area. Is what it is, right? They didn't have any signs up, and admittedly, that's kind of on me to not looking that up, though. But yeah, like, it's a cool experience going there. There's all sorts of stuff. Anyway. I think we'll call it here for today. I'm starting to get like a little, my voice is starting to go. I can feel it. And I kind of want to get something to eat. So, after the storm's here, yeah. No, so I'll be back again Tuesday next week. I'm going to probably be putting up my schedule tomorrow, which is, I normally do it the day after, just so I don't have any like concerns putting it up on Sunday, because I'm basically gonna like on Sunday have to get up, do a couple of things, and then just leave. Right? That's how fucking tight my window is for getting out of town, getting on the bus. So don't expect to see me again for 3 days, and then I'll have possibly some funny stories of me drinking with a bunch of mates. And we'll be back, and I will probably be streaming a little bit more like extra streams during next week, because I will be home, like the flatmates gonna be on their trip, so I will actually have the ability to stream at more irregular points. So I'll stream normally, but I'll also stream additional things. We'll see how it goes. So with that all being the case, though, once again, thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. You're awesome, stay awesome, and I hope to see you again next time. Until then, bye-bye.